Excuse me? I was just, hanging up to let people flow in. What's that 4 doing there? I've no chatters yet, but that's 4. Hmm. Anyway, greetings. I mean, we're not, jumping into the yappings immediately, otherwise people might miss things that otherwise, you know, could and would have liked to be by the yappings for some reason. So, yeah. Just here, having tea with the Prinzessin. Hmm. I mean, 2 is more natural. But still not, usually it is just 1 constantly. So still, the second one. Unless that view, imagine if it's just someone still having a tab open. Hmm. I made a post on, now 2 posts on Blue Sky today. One was talking about the VODs from last time and thanking everyone again. And the other one was actually about the time now. But I don't think anyone has seen that yet. Previous one they have, though. Yeah. Although with the time thing, I should remember not only the image that loads, so I put the YouTube in there as well. I cannot go live on YouTube. And I'm also on PS4. I cannot go live on both at a time. But, yeah. I mean, at least one, but I sent that post directly and she responded. So at least one of you is aware that I'm streaming at this. I guess this is a nice tranquil start. At this point, I might as well put my controller back on the stand. Oh. Well, come to think of it, last time I also mentioned things from like Wings and such and tried to make people guess. Like my profile picture isn't the profile picture it is. Not in the stream, but on Twitch. hmm. But I said I was going to stream between 16:45 and 17. Well, my time. Um, and it isn't 17 yet, so I don't know. I heard something interesting about Cirrus today, actually. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone in case it's an actual thing, but I heard something interesting, and now I'm obsessed. Ah, there we go. Music. Maestro. They are music. And music is mine. Ooh. It actually reminds me of an amazing Nihida boss theme again. The leitmotif that's in a lot of Sumeru music, specifically R&R and Nihida, but still. Now, at least Hitoshi has my blue sky now, so they can check that way with Koma. I wouldn't know. They are following the Twitch though, so if they have notifications on, then at least that's a thing. And I mean, Maiden, I have direct contact with, so yeah. Hmm. I mean, it is 17 now, but I'll wait a bit before actually starting to do anything. Yes, I indeed do have my setup of water, tea, and cola again. Cola, partially also because of caffeine in it, and like if you yap for hours, I thought, it might be useful. I don't drink a lot of caffeine usually, it is not before the summer, but yeah. Okay, I'll wait to 17:10 and then I'll start doing things. Unless someone shows up, and then I might choose to just keep it a bit more tranquil for a bit. It's also kind of hesitant to start much, given how, for some reason, how excited people were yesterday. So like, I do find that too still kind of interesting. Oh, wait, never mind. It's not interesting. It's just my own phone because for some reason your Like your own account counts as a view. So never mind. Well, I guess I should get going. Although, wait, why is it so hard to just find a video of like gameplay Honkai Official instead of just the comparison videos? Honestly, the only duplicate character I'll accept is if they port um, a certain kit to a certain character in Genshin. Then it's, you know, then things will be complete. Check a few things. I mean, it should be enough. But I'll first do some miscellaneous battle pass things to see people show up like that. There we go. I mean, I can do this one in gonna do this one in like 2 seconds. And triple crowning official, no, official Kale, official ain't there yet, sadly.
I created another universe. Would you care?
I'm pretty sure these are from 2.8. So, yeah, what we do. Naturally.
If you ever have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me.
Oh, I obtained for the cash bag. Okay.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
I mean, I guess I could do some less exciting truce domains first. Oh, my resin capped.
I do worry
Yep.
about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
I guess that's something I have to learn. Give commentary in combat.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Well, also they've definitely fixed the controller thing.
By
Because
royal
before, if you had like just had it on for a while, the vibrations wouldn't work anymore. But
Just
here
like
we
we
are.
rehearsed! No one escapes my sights! Not so hard! Bet you can't keep up with Go-Go Fairy Bunny! Let my name echo in song! Shower me with praise! Stop that! Oh, goodness grape!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh, one of all three. Also, if no one's here yet, I can just take screen. Stream is about to implode. No, that. Ah, let's go bully Tartaglia. Or not, then we save that. What's that? When people are here and we're talking about a Prinzessin home. Not that Tartaglia is relevant in that regard, of course not. So I can see the latency and my. So why not I just use these? These are really cheap. Like,
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
Go! Baron Bunny! Get him! Hi! Oz reveal button! Strike a pose! Ouch! Meanie! No escape!
Into the frozen void.
Go, go, Baron Bunny! Go! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Get him! Go, go, Baron Bunny! No one escapes my sights! Get him!
ooh, did I get achievement now? Guess I didn't use the mount.
Go, go, Baron Bunny! Get him! Fallen Nippa! Help! By royal decree! Time to shine! Shadow Raven! Let night fall! Hi!
Embrace your searing reckoning. Not every wound will heal.
Oz, reveal! Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Embrace your searing reckoning.
How dare you! Dad! Go, go, Baron Bunny! Get him! By royal strike a pose!
Also, am I using Karina because she's the only like really close range character in this party, and I can use Scholar's Constellation for skill.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Dang it! I was supposed to heal after that. Okay.
Shower me with praise! Try this on for size!
care. Okay.
Come, put up a fight!
Mein Fräulein, should you fall,
Ha! I never asked for redemption. Never.
I mean, I am streaming, so maybe people just busy, I guess.
A wonderful sight indeed. Why, it reminds me of my
Dang
homeworld,
it.
where at the sight of the Prinzessin der Verurteilen, the very blood and tears of sinners turn to ice.
I guess I can just go here for that and then claim the weekly rewards. So yes, the title does go more yappings, but there are people like to hear those yappings. But then I'm like, well, I wait for those people. It's just, you know, the back and forth is really fun. Shower me with praise! By royal... Come on. Dang it. If it wasn't for
I'll race you there! Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt! You got me.
Oh wow, that doesn't happen every time. The dying to the bomb.
Reveal! Yoo-hoo!
There we go, there we have at least weekly reward for stomachs.
This would be the perfect location. For shooting a film. The sun feels almost as hot as those studio lights I'm in front of all the time. Good thing there can only be one sun.
More medicine. Ah, net.
By royal decree, shower me with praise.
Also, yes, I'm still bringing fish.
I'll race you there.
First of all, I like to show and talk about like gameplay wise. No, she has also 200% energy.
Not so hard.
I think I found the invincibility thing.
Hi. I can keep going. Oz, reveal thyself. Go! Bet you can't keep up with me.
You got me.
By royal decree. Forest Ranger.
Think,
Forever.
why aren't you doing this like this rotation properly? Like here, stop wasting a bunch of food and say, just get more fun. I should build up those encounter points again, huh?
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Ad Astra Abyssosk. Awesome. Oh yeah, those are the ones. Little forest ranger. What in the- Ah, Ad Astra Abyssosk.
well, it feels kind of ironic sending Kale here to go for mushrooms, you know.
It's called being a freelancer.
Well, well, the first hour of this VOD will probably not be really something to watch back, huh? But
Yep.
sorry, I'm a bit quiet. I'm just not exactly sure what to do. Especially after being spoiled with chat yesterday, I'm now kind of at a loss, being like, what the hell do I do?
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Ah! My twins are gonna kill me. Gee. Oh. Interesting. If I just yes, thank you, fish. And then throw this in here. Now release. Wait, universal peace requires mint. Oh no, no, definitely good. My berries. I don't have that many berries anymore. I cooked them all up. So I should change that to Ganyu because signature dish. Thank you. The secret ingredients is baking. It's making it yourself, apparently. The sauce. Thank you, G. Okay. Special dishes. Waste carrots on this dish. The cook throws them away. No, no one has showed up yet. Well, besides you now, but Yes. Lovely.
Hey, there's something strange over there.
It's a shame they took out the like bounties and requests from this. It's always a nice source. And also an incentive for newer players to actually do them and like revisit the reputation thing instead of forgetting that it exists. Completed 2 donkey challenges. Do those domains or do they not count as domains? Drowns.
Come on, let's take a look.
I guess thank you, Lisa, but could you try to work on the like scarce material? Like, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but like, you know. Like one of these is not like the others in terms of costs. Well, 2 of these. I'm not. The bubbles are here again instead of here. I would like them to be here, but yeah. Why are these markers for? Never removed them. So.
By royal go Ferret Bunny! Get him! Strike a pose! Oz, reveal!
Oh my!
Ferret Bunny!
Pretty good play. Even better.
Go Ferret Bunny! Get him! Go Ferret Bunny!
Everyone had to just drown? I mean, luckily I have enough of those materials, but, excuse me? Second time this has happened in a short time.
By royal decree. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Reveal thyself! Get it! Go Ferret Bunny! Get it! Go Ferret! Fly! By royal decree. Yoo-hoo!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Someone help me!
Not that I gained that brain rot. You thought it's not brain rot. It's just a way of being. I mean, I'm constantly thinking about writing stuff. I mean, I cannot listen to music normally.
Oz, reveal!
Job.
Go! Get him! Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Becomes picked the wrong test subject. Should replace my hammer. Done.
Bet you can't keep up with me!
Ah, we just need 2.1 million more.
I feel like running. Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look. I feel like running.
But yeah, kind of not sure what to do. Just apparently people are excited to hear things and then want to, you know, people here also Especially now, it's just the contrast making it really obvious how much a chat helps while streaming. I mean, my usual streams are
Jean
like
will
the
be
Archon
upset if she
quests or
catches us
something,
lazing
so
around like this.
there's something else I can respond to. But when I'm just running around like this, it's like, what am I supposed to add here? It's calling into the void. But the void rarely calls back.
I feel like running.
Wait, what? Chat was broken? Also, why is there a 4 there? I see that 4. Not 5? What? Excuse me? why, why did the viewership just spike? What the hell happened? The amount of viewers. I mean, sometimes it doesn't really mean anything. Most of the time it doesn't. But it's still, every time it's like, wait a minute.
Hey, there's something
Why is that
strange
number
over
going
there.
up?
Come on, let's take a look. I feel like running.
At this point, they almost start to worry. People don't know what 24-hour time is. Because on Blue Sky they put it like that, but then again, you know, no likes yet, so probably no one has seen it.
Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this.
You know what? I feel like hanging out there again. Well, as the title suggests, it is supposed to be a yapping stream. But people
Get ready for...
were excited, so then I tried to wait for people, but the people haven't seemed to notice yet, or are busy or something. Saying those things doesn't exactly inspire confidence, and that's very unlikely. I mean, Hitoshi has been on my blue sky today, um, so not really, especially, you know, so early on. I mean, you may have no patience, but that doesn't mean no one does.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Oh, really? Hmm. Press X to doubt. Oops, sorry, wrong button. Also, this gate here, don't worry about it. This is fine. I find it really funny that this place is locked behind the Saurus quest, so only people who have done the Saurus quest know about this. Um, I mean, it probably just has a lot of. It will probably have a bunch of similar principles to a regular teleporter or teleporters. Um, but instead of just points in space and time in one universe or little pockets, it zaps you through the sea of quanta. But yeah, don't worry about this gate. This gate has no relevance, of course. I mean, many Genshin players should probably at least recognize a certain symbol here. I mean, like, excuse me, but we have a Honkai player here who can barely get herself to play Genshin, so, you know, what kind of connections can she draw? I mean, she also just hasn't even been in the chasm yet, so doesn't even know what Black Serpent's Knights look like. Hmm. Uh, I'd be a bit more careful with Tevat. It has been kind of isolated, you know. It's like locking electromagnetic rays in a black hole with mirrors around it. It's not gonna go well. The biggest bomb any living being could hope to create. But at least the black hole part, not Tevat itself. Well, it would be kind of funny though if one of them were to join right now and hasn't done the Cirrus quest yet. So it's like, what? Where the hell is this? The funny thing is, you can go through the entire Cirrus quest and still not get, like, come to this place. Because it's not a mandatory location. But the thing is, I've already made that blue sky post, so yeah. I wouldn't know. But, like, personally, I do also like the idea that, um, like, instead of maybe something like, the Vision Wield or Deep Powers, because they're detached from the ley lines, um, that the Vision Wielders actually still able to use their vision outside of Tevat, because their vision isn't necessarily powered by the ley lines, but also it's powered by their ambition. Um, and maybe even, that a vision is very skilled in Tevat, but outside of that, there's no outside pressure or something around that vision. So that vision suddenly becomes a lot more potent than it would relatively be in Tevat. So that vision wielders, if they were to get out of Tevat, are actually a lot more powerful in comparison than they are in Tevat. Because, well, everything has evolved around those visions in Tevat. Like, those visions has evolved with Tevat. Not outside of it. But also, a vision is actually something quite primitive. Like, even at the end of the prologue, we talked to Venti about a vision being a primitive gnosis. A vision being an eye of God, and a gnosis being an heart, like a heart of God. So yee. I do also kind of wonder if people have actually realized. Oh, they have. Someone has realized that the, YouTube channel is different from YouTube account. One day, I will. But I wonder if, like, in Tevat, people don't really have a reason to experiment with their visions, um, because they are already, like, on a higher power scale than most of the beings around them, if they want to be. But I wonder if a vision, if you could let it evolve, if you wanted to face higher level opponents, that would probably also really test your ambition, whatever that might be. And especially with Celestia promising, like, oh yeah, those with a vision could ascend to Celestia. But I don't know, Chief. Vanessa ascending seemed more like a prison sentence, and she just barely escaped as a spirit. Like, uh, this sounds like Celestia propaganda to me. To keep people in line, to already feel like, vision is such a great gift. And again, yes, you have bosses in Tevat which might be challenged for vision wielders, but against non-vision wielders, they have a massive advantage. So I guess I will have to. But ooh, I ooh, they're in the same universe. I could use that to make a few things a lot easier. Anyway. especially Project Tevat, but don't worry about it. I mean, I won't say anything, but I mean, I don't think it's a simulation, but there are certain things that
I see everything.
yeah. And I don't think Tevat is like just a simulation. Like at least not just a simulation. I don't think it's a simulation in general, but I dare you, look really closely at Nahida's skill, like really closely.
Hey,
If you slow it down, she's copy pasting. Oh no, that's the one. That's the copy paste. Ooh. And what's that? Is that a keyboard key? Our little archon of wisdom, just, you know. Like, you saw it better when I did it like this. You can even see, like, a cursor.
I see everything.
What? Irminsaw working like a computer? Huh? And like forbidden knowledge being incompatible data? What? And is that even what LSR is? What? I mean, pardon, I haven't played a story quest yet, but apparently they invented Reddit. If the Akasha is Google, then whatever is going on apparently in Ohayfam story quest is Reddit. If you at least know what what the Akasha is.
What they say is true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is. Look at that idol. And then with this. Wait a minute. I mean, it's not the Archons. Like, the Archons haven't been past this door before, so. Even if it's blasphemy, I guess it's fine. Talking Tim. Who is Tim? Indeed, talking Tim, but It's usually the other way around. I guess I'm still with my mind still the fact that, you know, people excited for stream, but now I have no way of, like, you know, knowing if they're at least aware of the stream. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, on my Asia playthrough, I completed Suru's quest before finishing the Mondstadt Archon quest, but like... Now the real question is, who is keeping these fires up?
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Now I'm also just kind of wondering, you know, since you are here, if there's anything I can, you know, divulge about the part you're interested in. You know. I don't know. Well, I guess I have one element that I've kind of hinted towards, but you know.
Get him! By royal decree, strike a pose.
Did I scare you? Savor the show in peace. Must go on. How have you considered it?
My name is Echoing Song! Let it rain! Apologies.
about people's entry into Teyvat, but don't worry about it. Well, I guess just, you know, volume 2 in general, what I'm thinking of, what I just divulge to you. And now I guess there's one element I haven't, you know, that is pretty new.
Got you.
I'm not entirely sure yet if I'll do it, but, you know.
Tired.
Mean.
By royal decree.
This body.
What a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy.
That I'm also wondering how much of a canon event a certain part of Bronya XP's stories is. How much of a canon event that is, but it's fine.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
It will make the story a lot more brutal, though. Just a bit. Then again, they are up against the sustainers, so that might also just set the stage for like, oh yeah, we are talking about a Herrscher level being, so.
How dare you! How brilliant!
Oh, if I could maybe divulge something to you that you don't know yet about the parts that you're especially interested in. And then I'm guessing that there's one element. Like I was wondering if there was. You immediately go into the do tell. And I guess there's one thing I've been thinking about.
Being
But yeah,
too popular
I
can
do
be
wonder.
such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Oh, but about Bronya XPs, just wondering if a certain element, how much of a canon event that is for Bronya XPs.
Yep.
Even if it makes the story a bit more brutal, but it is a Herrscher level being they're up against, so yeah. Yeah, but you know I like my guessing games. I guess then also Code Nanobunny would have another purpose. Not just enhancing, but also just aiding. But yeah. You know, we're talking about Brunny specifically here. Something that hasn't happened to her, that has happened to at least one other Bonya, and I
Tea
think
parties
more,
are a
but
must
yeah.
for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Well, at least it happens to one Bonya. I saw art of it from Hankai Gakken too, I think, or I'm not sure if that's canonical. No, I'm actually not talking about the brain damage, but I guess it is kinda in that direction. Maybe. You know, I am pretty despicable.
Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
But yes, I know I am pretty despicable.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
That's also yeah, but that I'm not talking about brain damage. I've established that.
Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
I don't think brain damage would really fit in the narrative, but something else I could actually make work. And also drive home, you know. They are still up against a Herrscher level being. There is a price for luck in that case of like getting away from them. But
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
yeah, so I guess not miscellaneous character number 6 because you can't really do anything with it. I'll quickly go to the bathroom now then, and then I'll set the stage for Branny and Siren getting into Tevat. You know, a bit of this, but, you know, why not work it into a full story? Well, kinda improvised on the spot. Nothing indicative of the final product. Hey Tashi! Oh, maybe we can't get into that then. I'm sorry, Maiden. We can get into that on call then. Well, just in time. Oh, Hitachi, we were talking Volume 2 stuff, don't worry about it. It's okay, Hitachi. It's just the Volume 2 stuff, but I was also about to go to the bathroom, sorry. So, I'll be back in a sec. Eh, back. Though I guess with how much I've been drinking, 2.5 hours is pretty good. Uh, and it's okay, Hitachi. Thank you for being here now. No, most important thing. I knew. I knew. Holding out might pay off. And it did. But yeah. Maiden, how excited. Yes, volume 2 stuff. But wait. But probably shouldn't read back old messages indeed. Like I'll maybe reveal these two characters to you early if you would like, as kind of like a early sneak peek, and here having you know, having the excitement from me telling it to you rather than the excitement from the suspension. It's the kind of thing where that can kind of balance out if the full story is nah, Maiden just has an excuse now to call me directly sometime. I'll give you one quote though, Hitoshi. Now this is a Herrscher level threat. Don't worry about it. Patiently impatient. How paradoxical of you. You know, then I could be even more... you know, I'm pretty despicable. Code Nano Bunny. We'll revisit that later. I am pretty despicable. Also, actually, like, Hitoshi, have you done the Suru's quest? Like, her? Her quest. Have you gotten to an elevator? That's kind of the important part here now. Have you gotten to an elevator? I'll go on about a Princessin's Home again in a second. It's just getting distracted. Just the fact that you've at least had to go through, you know, an elevator section. Don't worry about it. I mean, would you like a little review anyway? Because even if you do Zero's quest, you don't necessarily go there. More like you don't have to go there to complete the quest. Would you like a little reveal? Explaining will keep the reveal. It will very much undermine the reveal. It's just the Perrylands hold a lot of secrets. Specifically about a certain nation. And that isn't Sumeru. I mean, they also hold secrets from Egeria, but details. Okay, if you rush the quest anyway, I might as well actually reveal this to you so you won't miss it. Although, I would recommend not rushing this one because I love it.
Allow me to grant you the blessing of water.
Although Suru's quest is actually one of my favorite quests. As you might be able to tell. Okay, see you in a bit, maiden. I love the Perrylands. Ooh, what is this? A journal that looked positively ancient. It remarkably well preserved. A function of its environment, perhaps. Most people fled above ground with Scavaneretta? I don't know. And only we are left hiding down here. Oh, this is not a one-day work. I probably got like quite a bit because I did a lot of exploration while doing Suru's quests. But I wonder. Wait, do I have any more like relevant characters to use here? You know what?
Boring.
I think I only really have one relevant character. Well, remotely relevant for this at least.
Ready when you are. What is this place?
You know, yes, I am pretty despicable. Once you realize you might get a heart attack, but... If you remember Dainsliff talking about locations and such, and how Conria is supposedly close to Sumeru, yes, I am pretty despicable. Maiden, I am totally not giving someone a heart attack, you know? Well, where do you think these gates lead? Also, these look a bit familiar. Almost like Black Serpent Knights. Also, if you've seen the animation Light in Abyss, you know, this might be a bit familiar because of the intro. Today, I awaken from a dream. I want them I see. Those who dream of dreaming. Star Traveler. Oh, you're talking about those things now, Maiden. You know how the Traveler is able to manipulate abyssal energy, and the fact that the Travelers are like canonical stars. Light up underlands. Oh, Maiden is talking about, you know, Honkai shenanigans. Don't worry about it. That's not related to this gate. But I mean, we do have the 6-pointed star right here. Well, 8-pointed, actually. I don't know which 6-pointed is so in my head for some reason, but... Of revelations. Hear the worthy. And yes, this is locked behind the world quest. You cannot get here unless you go far enough into the world quest to go down the elevator. Light up under. Oh, stop being creepy. I'm just going full Abyss Lecter. Of revelations. It's a reference because Hitoshi is having revelations, and also Abyss Lectors have voice lines with revelations. But yes, these kind of secrets hide in these lands. You didn't care about Lady Cyrus? Huh? But, yes, I'm very good at that, apparently, getting you to care about things you didn't before. Though I guess this is not, like, well, this part, like the gates, is, but, like, Cyrus might not be totally unrelated to A Prinzessin's Home, but... If it's not making people aware about situations in our world, it's making people care about the bad stuff. Also, yes, I did get almost 3900 XP just today. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Though I mean, Cyrus may or may not be not totally unrelated to A Prinzessin's Home. Yeah? Oh. Well, thank you for your appearance, Kaya. Back to the Shadow Realm you go. Excuse me, what? You're going to the Shadow Realm, Kaya. Oh, fuck. Why are you being so difficult about switching characters? Also, wait, we're not completely done with Kaya yet. Hold up. Because there's a little detail on the skin. Look at its vision. Looks like a regular Mondstadt vision, right? It's a bit flared up, but looks like a regular Mondstadt vision. Yes. But, yeah. Kaya's vision, you know, 3 wings on either side, just, you know. So yeah, looks like a regular Mondstadt vision, right? So then if I go here... Interesting. Then I dare you, count the amount of wings on Kaya's vision. Like from the Mondstadt frame. Yeah, we can. It was just like one last thing about Kaya's vision. Now that we now we had like brought attention to Kaya anyway. You're welcome. And also, if we then go back to, I mean, to go with a another Mondstadt Cryo character, Diona. Well, just Mondstadt characters in general, but you know, 3 pairs of wings. Go to Rosaria. 3 pairs of wings. Even, you know, just Amber. 3 pairs of wings. Fischl. 3 pairs of wings. Eula. 3 pairs of wings. And then we go back to his skin. 3 pairs of wings.
Oh, come on.
And then we go to his base skin. 2 pairs of wings. But yeah, we can move on now.
I'll scout ahead.
Of revelation. Oh yeah, that reminds me that you can actually see them from the Jade Chamber all the way in the Sumeru Desert, but we can't talk about that.
I created another universe and found...
Fischl, we're not in a princess's home. You can't just jump off the Jade Chamber like that. Hitoshi, you okay? What? I love creating the scenarios of like, elaborate. In due time. I was wondering as to why your sister would fear you. It seems he is why she does not fear me. It seems he's right to do so. She does not fear me. You will see before long. And I just followed the Crystal Empire. That's nothing to do with anything. It just popped up in my head. Story time. Oh, that's a Vine reference. Okay. Yes. Leeway. Details. Yet to be determined. Yes. I guess it's more like I can go into like at least the global like themes or in Liyue. Um, it's you know they probably first either go to the Jade Chamber to get their things, get acquainted with Ningguang, or like go out to eat first, like one of the two. Probably they've made like reservations at restaurant I can't remember the name of, but we have been there multiple times. Even two people clowning in that restaurant, pretending not to have known each other for thousands of years. But if you haven't, if you don't know about that, then it would be probably funnier to just see in that scene. That's not relevant here anyway. Okay, you do know about, I don't have the third clown, but at least these two clowns. But, yeah, and then catching up. Well, Fischl is obviously a little out of it, but in a positive way, kind of like this time. Coming from one of the worst states she's been in to feeling like she's actually able to let her guard down a little. As she is with this almost the same crew as she was in the Golden Apple Archipelago. But, I mean, let's face it. I mean, you'll understand if when you watch back Summertime Fantasia. But, the Traveler Empire were just third wheeling at that point. They were just observers. They did not have that much impact on what was happening. They just did their witness job, and that was about it. Yeah. Hmm? But yeah, she is like finally with loyal attendants again, who do actually like support her. One of them even having profusely apologized, even if she wasn't there to hear it, when she dead named Fischl. Which was actually very validating for Fischl. Yeah, it is mostly these two, like these four, having a grand old time, which is probably easier to just like write on the spot and just ruminate over these specifics when I get there, instead of trying to think up things on the spot now and trying to force revelations to happen. But yeah. Not really. We talked about them meeting. We haven't really talked about them hanging out. Yes, we have talked about Xingyan profusely apologizing, but I thought I would quickly mention it here as well because it's kind of, in the story itself where I might make that pop up. Because it doesn't actually happen in 2.8. We don't see Xingyan apologize to Fischl in 2.8, so I kind of have to do that myself. fine. I'll do it myself. And mostly just to drive home the point where, like, she is not only accepted but supported around these people she's with. People on her level, like two of them might be a bit older than her, but still, like, her level. Which is only amplified when Xingyan introduces her to her friend group, which, you know, obviously Yunjin, although, you know, historians will say they were best friends. And, you know, Hu Tao, Xingqiu, Chang Yun, Gaming, Zhang Ling, that friend group. And she hits it off remarkably well in that friend group. You know, Hu Tao, as, like, you know, with way of speaking and language, and just more out there characters, like Xingqiu probably with literature, like Xingqiu loves literature. You know, Yunjin with like drama and, you know, the elegance that the Prinzessin can hold when she wants to, you know. So that's where the title, you know, is amplified again. Family. You don't always have to be that close, but having just people around where you can genuinely feel comfortable with is amazing. And we're not even in Sumeru yet. We haven't even gone to the Krumeru. And that's also where they get an idea to put, like, up on a play all of them together. Which also means I have to create a play for all of them together. F my life. I don't have too much inspiration for that play yet, so yeah, I kind of have to think about that. But that's I did, but I wanted something like more for them to do, like, you know, have domestic bliss, but also still, even if it's not for the greater plot, that they're still working towards something, that there's some overarching thing connecting them all together. I do. Is that the thing? Well, might have a bit of slice of life. I do want like something overarching, connecting things. And also, you know, something for them to do while they stay in Liyue Harbor, because actually, how did I gloss over that? When they get to Liyue Harbor, Xingyan actually realizes, like, wait a minute, what if you all stay like 1 more month for lantern rides? Because yes, about 1.5 years after their vacation in the Golden Apple Archipelago would be perfect timing for lantern rides. How did I gloss over that? That's also why Fischl and Mona are staying there longer. You know, besides J Chamber and Ningguang getting compensated in more chess. Definitely. Just chess. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that'll also be, you know, if you don't know what chess means in this case, you don't want to. If you still haven't figured it out. I mean, as you shouldn't, but I'm gonna keep saying it anyway. And don't worry about it. But, wait, can you easily search it up? Just, Beidou Ningguang. Yes. Wait, I wonder if someone is realizing what chess means. Oh yeah. um.
Not a chance. Just yesterday I got an invitation to play some chess. Said I could head up for a game whenever I'm down to play.
Head up? Oh, right. You mean to the Jade Chamber.
Moving on. When you're feeling better, we should grab some food together.
Moving on. I wonder if someone is realizing what the chess means. Though, while I love the reference anyway, especially since it's just a if you know, you know, it's actually also kind of like, for way later, actually in the final of Volume 2, I'm gonna make a joke that's not gonna be as much out of the blue, because I've at least made this joke before. But don't worry about it. But yeah, so that means if they want to stay for Lantern Rite, that they'll be staying there for longer. So it also gives more time for Official to hang out with them and for them to get the idea of doing a play together. And even getting the idea of like an antagonistic force and hearing that a certain Harbinger is in Leeway again. I still have to work out the details, as I've mentioned. We're gonna get a lot more abstract as we go because, well, I had to like make the beginning a lot more detailed already. For when I actually sit down to write, I can actually write in detail, like actual actual moments instead of just events. But yeah, so we're gonna get like more and more abstract the more we go on, mostly. Yeah. Also, wait, did you do your homework on Visual Fatui? Giving out homework now, huh? It's okay. Wait, I could actually ah see if this works. There you go. Okay, yeah, it's not even 5.5 minutes, so. Talk about revelations. Because this is what I'm gonna get into. Uh, but this is also what like the electro sounding like Tesla coils is gonna be about, and how our little musicians are gonna pick up like similarities and are gonna kind of like hum the similarities, and then Xingqiu is actually the one picking up on the fact like, wait a minute. I said that it wasn't 5.5 minutes, like not even 5.5 minutes, but yeah. So yeah, the musicians are going to pick up on the fact that why does their electro sound so similar? Hum it, and then Xingqiu is able to realize that it's a lei motif. Yeah. Taking you watch. Ooh. I'm gonna blow your mind. Gonna blow a bubble? I'm gonna blow your mind. Hmm? Yes, I am really despicable. So, yee! And then there's another video I actually grabbed last time as well. That just, you know, puts it all in a bit like right after one another, just edits it in a certain way, going over different notes, I think. But still, it's yeah. Am I using this to set up something? And then also in combination with the fact that our musicians pick up on a strange similarity, and then I, wanted to involve more characters and also being in character. So while Xingyan and Yunjin are still like humming the notes, because they are humming the notes, Xingqiu realizes that it's a leitmotif. But how and why would these two share a leitmotif? And then if like later research they do just on their own, they find out that more harbingers sound like this. But yeah. Ah, yeah. It's also like just came out, but yeah. But also, just
Would you accompany me to witness this world's end and greet the dissension of eternal night?
Don't worry, this one is just listening and not even a minute long, but yeah. So yes, I'm incorporating this too. I mean, is it foreshadowing? I mean, as I mentioned, our musicians are going to pick up on the fact that they sound similar. Humming the like similar notes, and then Sing-Show, listening to their humming, realizes that it's a leitmotif. And where do the notes come from? Well, they both use electro, and Tesla coils are a thing. Besides, blunt impact can also make noises. And, you know, fighting can often seem like a form of dance, even. So why, wouldn't they be able to get musical accidentally, but still with their electro? And yes, Fischl actually does so well, even though she is like on the tail end of recovery, well, mostly. Um, that Tartaglia will actually give her the honor of fighting against his foul legacy because she does so well. And then she's even able to not really overpower, but still hold her own against Tartaglia foul legacy, impressing him so much that, that Tartaglia actually ends it in a draw, and de-transforms, and because he wasn't in it for that long or that extreme, especially, well, after fighting a whale for weeks, if not months, fighting the Prinzessin for a bit is not going to be too taxing in comparison. To actually reach a handout to Fischl in camaraderie, like, you did well, you impressed me, I will partake in your play. But Tartaglia will also take that to the Fatui, like there is this girl that was on the tail end of recovery and was able to hold her own against my foul legacy. To which some of the Harbingers mock Tartaglia a bit, of course, because, well, they're the Harbingers. Well, it does depend on who. Like, I probably like mostly Dottore being, a little bitch about Tartaglia's power level. But, Arlecchino seems a little intrigued, not to do anything with it, but, seems somewhat interested. Then again, Arlecchino and Tartaglia do like to gossip together, so, Capitano just loved hearing about a good battle, a respectful battle between two people to test their skills, for example. So, yeah, it just, kind of depends on the Harbinger how they react. There's still someone I would have loved to see that. But yeah, that also means the Fatui is now aware of Fischl's existence and that she was able to hold her own against the Harbinger. Which totally will not come back later, obviously. What is it? Why are you getting worried, huh? I mean, honorary knight exists, but you know, there's no connection here. Oh, you just... Are you worried about another heart attack? Although the battle with Tartaglia to invite him to their play actually happens like either at the tail end or just after Lantern Rite, as they just stay a bit for you know, after the festivities to just wind down a little. I mean, I have mentioned the final before and how many characters were present for some reason. But we'll get there. And you've also read the little teaser, I suspect. You've also read the little teaser, I suspect, I put on Blue Sky. So, you know. Depending on how familiar you are with the manga, you might be able to guess who he is. The he, you know, the reason why they're hiding in Bottleland. Was it that much torture? I mean, I have a feeling the teaser I put on Blue Sky would just give you diabetes at most, but... Aww. Thank you. But, yeah, depending on how much you know about the manga, you might be able to guess who he is. The he they're so worried about in that teaser I put on Blue Sky. Me giving you all the homework. Well, to be fair, I'm gonna be probably busy on Wednesday, maybe. Definitely busy on Thursday. I mean, I'm even going full Ein in mijn Nachtstraum on Thursday. Huh? Oh. Also, since I don't think you would realize...
Bow before the true majesty of the Prinzessin.
You know, since I don't think you would realize Ein in mijn Nachtstraum by name, yeah, Thursday I am going full Ein in mijn Nachtstraum again. Actually, I have the crown thingy right here, hanging on my screen. Oh. So yeah, at least Thursday, I won't be streaming, so you can just do your homework. Wednesday, I might not be streaming. you know, depending on how I'll suspect my energy levels to be. But yeah, because I have things to do all day. But I might actually call, like, well, not literally, but call off going there on Wednesday because, well, it's also, instead of almost 24 kilometers away, it's more than 30 kilometers away cycling. So instead of 46 kilometers, like a little over 46 kilometers in a day, it would be well over 60 kilometers in a day. So if I go both days, that'll be well over 120 kilometers in 2 days. So I'm not sure if I'll go this Wednesday, but I'll definitely go this Thursday because, well, Halloween. Uh, so, yeah, at least the Thursday and maybe the Wednesday, you'll definitely have time for homework. Do also remember that the Netherlands is very flat, so there's not a lot of uphill and downhill, but yeah. How is this better? I mean, my record in a day is still 84 kilometers in a day. And I have done 74 kilometers a few times in a day. Yes, in a day. I mean, I'm insane for Dutch standards. Don't compare yourself to me. I mean, I do have Dutch blood running through my veins, so cycling, it kind of makes sense. I am capable of this, but... the only time I actually focus on my heritage, cycling. I, I, abort mission. Why do you think I don't have a webcam, huh? I mean... It's totally not because I just don't have a PS camera, and if I did just dysphoria, like totally not. It's actually just for hiding. Those are just excuses. But you're also talking to a official Kinney, so yeah. And I guess are my bathroom breaks really bathroom breaks, or do I get summoned somewhere else? And that's also why my bathroom breaks are so few and far between. Yes, Fisher Kinney. And it's definitely not that, just fly with the bike in hand, and the bike is just an excuse. Or, reverse psychology. Because I am so nonchalant about it and they're supposedly freaking out, there's probably nothing here. I mean, humans are very gullible. Um, they see what they believe they see, or, they believe, you know, what they believe shapes their reality. So even if I would go out in my usual attire, people would just assume it's some kind of costume. I like humans though. They're very stubborn, but, you know, strongly so. Many of them also are very compassionate, so yeah. I mean, having tea with the Prinzessin is nice though. When we're both not busy in other realms, that is. It's being our anchors. Rosemary. So, who knows? Maybe my writing isn't actually my imagination. I'm just recounting stories I've heard. Hey, witch doctor, give us the magic word! Oh. And maybe this is just one of my few times where I live as a human to not lose touch with my humanity and get, even more out of touch what it's like on this level of existence. You can use track of quite a few things over millennia. Anyway, I gotta go to the bathroom quickly. See you too. Well, at least for you, it'll be a bit. So yeah. Greetings, Amek. Also, thank you dropping me off in this time again. I mean, as long as you didn't recognize that sound, I'll be fine. Ah, I gotta get back to this time somehow. Okay, I'll take I'll take pity on you. See if I can find a recording somewhere. Though I guess maybe it might have been the perception filter why you didn't realize. Anyway. Oh yeah, the story of the Prinzessin. We were in Leeway, and I jumped ahead a bit to explain our Harbinger subplots. Yeah, that was the one. Ah, still home in time for tea, huh? Sometimes it's not just a saying. You could run away as long as you want and still be home in time for tea. Something else. I mean, yes, the Prinzessin is doing well, but, you know, this reference wasn't exactly about the Prinzessin. I wonder how much... Wait, has the Prinzessin been in there before? She must have been, right? Anyway. Move! Move! I'm gay! But yeah, I jumped ahead a bit to the Tartaglia, like the part Tartaglia has in Liyue. Now come to think of it, Tartaglia has another part in this. But that's prehistory again. But then I have to ask, Hitoshi, have you played Tartaglia's story quest? Well, you did say you have a bunch of story quests cataloged, so maybe not, but... Hmm. Hmm. Well, let's just say Tartaglia has a big theme about childhood like dreams and innocence and how it's so fragile and must be protected. It hopefully just makes you excited and aren't like too much spoilers for his story quest, because those are the elements I'm taking from his story quest. His devotion to keeping childhood dreams and innocence alive. Um, you know, he gave you an entire laundry list. But, and this is then prehistory, but the fact that he's so devoted to protecting childhood dreams and innocence. The Torre has a bunch of kids to experiment on. He is no match for the Torre, so he can't do too much. Otherwise, the Torre will get suspicious, but he does take care of those children sometimes to give them a little spark of childhood dreams and innocence. Um, and sometimes, if he has spotted some of them particularly suffering and like their personality eroding, he aids in their escape. Also, in my continuity, those kids are taken like to Snezhnaya also to avoid legal problems. One of those kids, you know, he ends up aiding in their escape as they slowly make their way down south from Snezhnaya, surviving in the wilderness. Before they get to the famous city of Mondstadt, city of freedom, you know, to just do what you want to do. They can't really remember how they know, but they know. Before getting turned away at the gates because of like they're one of the tainted. Also, this is my own fabrication, things I've like woven together with some extra things thrown in there. But yeah, that in my continuity, Tartaglia does what he can for the children Torre has to experiment on, just to give them that little bit of relief and feeling like they're just children. No. Well, I mean, it goes into canon, but the fact that Tartaglia takes care of them, that's my own creation. That's like my own addition, that Tartaglia takes care of them, and even, you know, if he really like can't, like particularly can't stand it anymore with one of them, even aiding in their escape. That's like my own thing. But this character that's traveling down south is definitely very canon. And ending up in um, and the scene at the gates of Mondstadt is very canon. But they're turned away because they're, tainted or whatever. Though they would go on for someone to imprint on them as them being their little sister. Meaning a certain someone knows Tartaglia in my continuity. Please, I hope it wasn't too bad. Even if she didn't know he was one of the harbingers, all that she knew was that he was a kind young man, helping out the kids whenever he could. But that does also mean that Tartaglia knows her. And is also part of the reason how she was able to escape. In my continuity. Between Tartaglia and Corley, none of that is MiHoYo canon. That's all my own canon. I feel like somehow I have to make those disclaimers. But the thing is, it does fit Tartaglia's character. Just convoluted. Ah. You know, I am pretty despicable.
Prinzessin der Vertelung? Nope. Sorry. I wasn't in Mondstadt for very long, so I didn't hear of her. That name, though. Ugh. Nothing.
Yes, I am pretty despicable. Though a thing I didn't elaborate on last time is the fact that these are two trauma babies with trauma brains. So remembering things can be a whole lot harder for them. In general, so even when they do reunite, it'll take a bit before they realize who each other is. And like, you know, Kale has heard the name Fischl. Fischl didn't get Kale's name. But you try to remember a name you've only heard for like maybe a few nights, but probably one night I'll make it. Like, you try to remember a name like that. I am pretty despicable. But I hurt you only to make the payoff even sweeter. And also actually have contrast because, well, you know, darkness without light is an abyss. Light without darkness is blinding. Well, yeah, there you go. And, you know, trauma brain. So even if they did interact while Kale was in Mondstadt at the time, remembering is going to be a bit of a challenge. I will definitely be happy, although the ending of Volume 1 might be a bit stressful, but you know, I at least have some bliss before that point. Oh yes, they are. Actually, getting back on track in Leeway, you know, Maiden, be careful not to drop their names yet. But I guess the timeline will be that they'll like wait for Lantern Rite, be there for Lantern Rite, and then after rest for a bit after the festivities. So like they get there, Kale gets acquainted with Shinyan's friend group, even Kazuha staying for Lantern Rite to support Fischl while she's in Liyue. This is also around the time where Fischl, like after a bit, slowly starts surveilling again because she is like surveillance, but you know. Mona hard pressing to her like, Fischl, you are going to take it easy or so help me. And that's also around the time where she comes across Kaching training and where she actually gets acquainted with Cloud Retainer. But going to the festivities. Like skipping to the festivities now. So actually, skipping to the festivities, there's something we need to change here.
My flesh is robed in the very tapestry of the heavens. Yes, a garment fit for a Prinzessin.
Official has an excuse to wear this outfit. As somehow this outfit seemed to have, like, you know, not faded, which is also a teaser for something, but I won't get into too much of 2.8. The fact that things haven't faded, or at least the dress hasn't, what could that imply? It's also the fact that when she puts on the dress, her, if you hadn't noticed before, wait. Look at Visual's eye.
I create...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which, when she puts on this dress, somehow... Oh. Yeah, that's, a bit to get into.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt...
So I hope I'll at least get away with this. But it's actually her the red eye color represents kind of, I guess, a short way of saying it, the authority of the Prinzessin, as Ein immer Nachtstraum is also a ceremonial outfit for the Prinzessin. But she thought, given its lantern rite and that's so important to this land, that she would honor the lantern rite and this land by putting on a dress befitting for, you know, something so important. But they themselves can't really explain why her eye color changes whenever she puts on the dress. Even Mona, a disciple of one of the elders of the Hexen Circle, is at a loss to why that happens exactly. She supposes it has something to do with where the dress came from, at least where they acquired it. Not really, you know, where design or wherever came from, but just where they acquired this dress. But I'll let you find that out for yourself when watching Summertime Fantasia. But this will also be when they've been in Liyue for a few weeks. This is the height um, of lantern rides. You know, I may also have a reference to Gaming's performance in this. Um, you know, because this is the same lantern ride. I'll also have a cameo of the Traveler and Paimon. And just as a little treat for now, because they make a cameo, I'll keep the Traveler ambiguous. So people can insert their own Traveler for now. Later on, though, yeah, but also Fischl is wearing the ceremonial outfit. People are respecting it. I mean, they do comment on the eye, but who can blame them? Um, you know, and it's also even a government official like Ning Guang is addressing her as royalty, which also kind of flusters Fischl that someone like that high up actually acknowledges her as royalty. Even though currently she can't back up that much. Remember, they are staying at the J Chamber. So, yeah, she would have interactions with Ningguang. And, like, Ningguang, it doesn't hurt her in any way to actually treat Fischl as royalty. So, why wouldn't she be supportive of this girl who is obviously has quite a few accomplishments and also um, maybe even in private, Mona revealed herself as like an elder, like the disciple of an elder of the Hexen Circle, to really drive home her own authority, but still believing in the Prinzessin. Um, but yeah, would make like it make Fischl still a bit flustered in general when people actually just treat her like the Prinzessin as they should. Uh, but that's amplified tenfold when it's someone like Ning Wang, the head of an entire nation. You know, also when they got to the Jade Chamber, Ning Wang greeted them herself as, it was only right to treat, like, it's only right to treat royalty that way, only give them the highest courtesy. Oh, also during lantern rides, complimenting her dress and maybe actually making a comment about, like, you know, exuding the gentle but, powerful authority of the Prinzessin. But it's also the moment where Mona realizes um, she's actually seeing Fischl again. Just unwind, being herself. You know, the self-doubt and misery have faded a lot. And she is finally seeing a Fischl again she hadn't seen since the Golden Apple Archipelago. Which may have to change a few lyrics. I'm not entirely sure. Also hope I get away with this copyright wise, but we'll see. Um, so it's actually also Mona getting very emotional, seeing Fischl just be Fischl.
Alright, we're gonna see how this goes.
I mean, it also changed the song from like a romantic duet to a sister seeing her little sister just be herself again. But yeah,
All those days watching from the windows, all those years outside looking in, all that time never even knowing just how blind I've been. Now I'm here,
yeah.
blinking
See
in
ya,
the
maiden.
starlight. Now I'm here, suddenly I see, standing here, it's all so clear, I'm where I'm meant to be.
Well, it's mostly that.
And at last I see the...
Yeah. It's also that she indeed made the right decision. That she sees visual where she is meant to be, and that where is less of a physical place and more just at home. Oh, yeah. And able to be herself with people who see her and support her for who she is and not who they want her to be. But now also.
It's all so clear, I'm where I'm meant to be. And at last I see the light, and it's like the fog is lifted. And at last I see the light, and it's like the sky is new. And it's warm and real and bright, and the world is somehow shifted. All at once, everything looks different now that I see you.
Also, that last line, now that I see you, about Mona actually seeing Fischl again, and this song also outside looking in is actually more from like, and like from the window, is Mona looking at like Fischl's situation from the outside, wishing she could do something, but you know, and she finally did something. And it's paying off so much more than she could have ever hoped for. Oh. You know, I'm pretty despicable, giving people diabetes. So yeah, also in these fantastical moments for Fischl's character, you know, being herself again, we actually shift the focus to her sister and explore that, like through Mona, you know, having made the right choice, you know, finally having done something proper for Fischl. And that she could make such a big difference for someone. That, you know, that it's also like, you know, Mona gets quite emotional seeing Fischl like this after 1.5 years of just seeing Fischl get worse and worse and worse. Because Fischl was already not doing too great while she was like a month step before. But then the contrast of that vacation in the Golden Apple Archipelago with Mondstadt, Xingyan and Kazaha, she even, when coming back, she begged Mona, could I at least stay with you for like 1 more week before I go back to my parents? And all Mona could do was agree. But then, you know, the week after, she did have to go back sometime. And Mona was also powerless to do anything against it, at least believing so, because keeping a child away from their parents, you can't really do that, can you? So, yeah. But now she has finally taken Visual out of her situation, and she's seeing Visual's genuine smile again. And it doesn't fade after 2 seconds. And now also a little side note. I dare you to try to pay attention to the voice.
Alright, we're gonna see how this goes.
I mean, this is how I got the inspiration in the first place, kinda, but...
All those days watching from the windows, all those years outside looking in, all that time never even knowing just how blind I've been. Now I'm here, blinking in the starlight. Now I'm here, suddenly I see, standing here, it's oh so clear, I'm where I'm meant to be. And at last I see the light, and it's like the fog is lifted. And at last I see the light, and it's like the sky is new. And it's warm and real and bright, and the world has somehow shifted. All at once, everything looks different now that I see you.
So, yeah, there you go. And also remember that this is Lantern Ride, so there are indeed lanterns all around. But yeah, I wonder if you noticed something about the voice. Well, you notice in a second anyway.
Well, you notice in a second.
Oh my god. No. Well, I just died. Forgot to turn my volume off before going to my own stream. But yeah, you might notice in a second what's so particular about who's singing this. Well, there you go. No, it was her. Well, I mean, she wasn't doing a Mona voice, so I guess in a way it is kind of sounding like her and not exactly Mona. But it is the one who voices Mona. Which actually, this is not the video I originally saw. I think I originally saw this on TikTok, and I lost the TikTok, and I like scoured the internet to find the cover again. But this is also what gave me actually the inspiration for this scene. Like, the official Mona VA has given me inspiration for a Mona scene. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, it isn't exactly Mona, but it's Mona's VA, so it's a lot closer than I could have ever dreamed of. But yeah, there you go. There's another scene. That'll give you the diabetes. So actually, it's also instead of just saying like with visual that she is feeling a lot better, it's actually that we notice it through Mona, which then also is very meaningful to Mona's character arc in all of this. Oh. Yes, I am pretty despicable. Oh. You should see the little ideas I've sent to Kiko before. Not that he's really gonna do any of them. But yes, I literally have like multiple art ideas just ready. Quite a few of those ideas are Sumeru, if not actually like the finale of Volume 1 or even the aftermath of Volume 1. Or what probably will be my next commission to Kiko after this big piece is going to be Project Nano Bunny or Code Nano Bunny. Which is actually something that appears pretty early in Volume 2. And it's also the chasm, like on the cliff, is kind of a safe place for Kale, for example. Uh, and even one of Kale's voice lines.
Don't touch me!
But there will be a moment where Kale and Visual are actually hanging out at, the cliffs of the chasm. And Kale is actually lying against Visual again. And Visual is like stroking from her hair, like from her head to her back. um, um, actually allowing Fischl to touch her, and not only touch her, but, you know, be that kind of affectionate with her. So, yeah, you know, you want more diabetes? Well, first they need to get to Sumeru, and then they also need to get to Kandaravaville. Like, they go first to Sumeru City to ask Catherine about the place to stay for officials, so yeah. It's also kind of funny if Maiden stays away long enough. The teaser for those two characters that she has been waiting for so long, she will, and I could make her miss it. That would be even more despicable. But anyway. Back to the Lantern Ride festivities. During Lantern Rides, you often also have performances. Oh. And Fischl, to honor this land, actually jumps in as well. So what I said earlier about jumping from the Jade Chamber, with all the instruments around and everything, you know, Madame Ping also doing her thing now, because I am hopeless with tragic lesbian stories. That's Lantern Ride 2022 for your homework. No, 2023, not 2022. 2023 is the hopeless lesbian story of Madame Ping. It's a tragic story, not really hopeless, it's tragic. But yeah, and then as another night, they let the lanterns fly. Fischl actually suddenly, when they're just sitting on the like at the J chamber, suddenly starts running towards the harbor. Jumps from the J chamber and actually flies with Oz, not at Oz, but with Oz towards the harbor. To honor her performance. Of course, dancing in the sky all the while. Before lightning starts erupting like fireworks, with Oz above her, and you know, with such precision that it doesn't hurt anyone. It doesn't hit any of the lanterns. Just a majestic display of not only the Prinzessin's power, but ability and, you know, accuracy. Before, after, you know, for the audience, she disappeared. But she just flew back to the Jade Chamber, all like excited and both overwhelmed with emotions. You know, Fischl actually ends up falling into a hug with Mona, and Mona being all proud of her performance, like, you know, how impressive it was. So yeah. And at this point, that's a pretty rare moment of honor, like pretty rare close moment for them. That is gonna happen a lot more, but at this point, it was still, you know, a pretty unique moment. Oh, someone is just in time. Because I'll actually end the first chunk. No, I said someone is just in time. Oh, I know. And I'm absolutely... I am pretty despicable. I mean, I'll in like the actual full thing continue a bit more with like the festivities and such, and probably the next part will actually start with, you know, them taking a rest after all the festivities. As the first chunk, I'll, you know, of things I'll put out. Actually has a final teaser. This is a chapter all on its own. Yeah, it actually is the first time like, you know, these two appear, but they're specifically not name dropped. But this will also like purposefully be a little confusing. Strap in, folks. This is gonna be a doozy. Like for like the first chunk, I'll have finished and then slowly upload, and especially if just in case there's a longer time in between to give people like more intrigue at the last seconds, or just in general, it's like a treat that they made it that far in reading. To give them a little treat in between. Opening her eyes, she wasn't quite sure where she was. It looked like some kind of celebration. Maybe a festival, though. Maybe even a festival, that probably fits better. Something that stood out was the sheer amount of lanterns, though. Besides the uplifting yet bittersweet music. Like some sort of celebration to remember the past and be thankful, but also look forward to the future. And even though She had to be dreaming. It felt like more than that. Almost like a vision. Until the music came to what she figured was close to its climax. Someone jumped off of what looked like a floating palace to join the lanterns. She couldn't help but feel a little shocked. She couldn't help but feel like she looked very familiar, which was suddenly confirmed by the night raven following behind her. It couldn't be Fischl? As she stood there, stunned, trying to process what she was seeing. She soon became mesmerized, too, as the Prinzessin danced through the sky, and getting a better look at her dress she was wearing. This celebration must be of great importance, at least to this land, if the Prinzessin honored it with her ceremonial attire. As the climax came, she couldn't help but tear up as she saw the Prinzessin give a phenomenal display of her power, lightning all around, yet doing no harm to people or lanterns anywhere. Something she hadn't seen, something she hasn't seen in years. But such dominion only confirmed it had to be her lost friend. Who else could pull something like this off? Though one thing was a little odd, she almost looked younger? Regardless, she desperately tried calling out to her lost friends, but to her horror, no sound came out of her throat. She even tried getting the attention of the people around her, but to no avail. Almost like she was a mere spectre, as her vision soon began to fade, as she desperately cried out, "Wait, please, let me stay with her, even just a little longer, please, it's been so long. Just let me be with her again." As she soon shut up, still screaming, but she found herself on the ship with now familiar ambient buzzing, and the tears began to flow fully now. Moments later, a girl rushed into the room, immediately coming beside her, putting down the flight protection on the side of the bed, to sit on the edge of the bed beside her. Leaning into the embrace, she wept into her shoulder. Then the girl stroked her back, and then, in a little monotone, but still obviously compassionate voice, "Shh, let it out. Is here." Redacted. Then eventually, when her cries started to subside, she was right there, one of my best friends. Yet I couldn't do anything. But it felt so much more real than a dream, more like a vision. Upon hearing that, the girl tightened her embrace a little, making her look up. And looking into her eyes, she saw a familiar pain, very familiar to what she was going through, like she had lost someone close to her too, yet tried to hold out hope for so long. As they sat there like that for a while longer, just letting their emotions be. They've lost someone else, like a different person, by the way, but can still share in the holding out hope to one day be reunited with them. So yeah, there you go. That's how the first chunk will end. From the prologue all the way to the end of Lantern Rides will be like the first bits I'll try to make upload worthy, and that's how it'll end. Uh-huh. Like, this is how that'll end. Also, hopefully, to make it stick better. Like, who are these characters? And why does one of them know Fischl? And also, what was that comment about Fischl looking younger? Now, if you excuse me while I'll let you process that, I have to go to the bathroom again. the third volume. What the? No, we kind of need them in volume 2, so... Also, their identities will either be revealed in 1.5 or 2. So I guess technically the third volume, but it's not what the volume is called, because 1.5 is kind of like a bridge between volume 1 to 2. Maiden! Fake news. Fake news. But then, the creator was here 2 seconds later to debunk it. Also, the little details, alluding to things. The fact that there's flight protection on the beds on this ship. There's like buzzing. What kind of ship is this? Misinformation for justice. Yeah. So I guess now this would kind of be the beginning of this, like, second chunk of a Princessin's Home family I'd be working on. Beginning the fact that they are winding down after the festivities, even helping with the cleanup, especially Fish also being from the Adventurers Guild, doing a lot of things, besides also just wanting to help, because they're good bitches like that. And also the Prinzessin just wanting a bit more time with this friend group. Where she has felt so at home, kind of for the first time, having a group where she could just be herself. So this is like, the first part ends probably with like the big moment is Lantern Ride, and then it just goes into the play, I think, and that's kind of the ending of that, and then the last teaser for, hey, there is more to all of this, and then actually like the clear up of Lantern Ride and their play and such, and having a bit more time for their goodbyes. As Mona and Fischl go travel with Liman again to Sumeru City. As it's still some time before Mona has to give lectures, but it would be nice to just have more time before then in general to get settled in Sumeru. But also the fact that they have to find somewhere for Fischl to stay in Sumeru. Because staying in the city would probably be a financial nightmare. They could probably do it, but Fischl would have to work like a lot by the Adventurers Guild to afford a house in like the city. So what they do is they go to Catherine and ask like, hey, is there somewhere close by enough where Fischl could stay while I'm here giving like lectures in the academia? And Catherine recommends they go to Gandharvaville and ask Tainari if he has a spot free among the forest rangers. So as long as Fischl helps out enough, she can stay with the forest rangers.
Trainee Forest Ranger Kale reporting for duty.
Anyway, I mean, it was coming. You read the teaser. It was coming. I saw those likes. It was coming. It's happening, everyone. Everybody stay calm. Stay fucking calm. Oh. Where it's happening. Everybody stay calm. Stay effing calm. So, after thanking Catherine and dropping most of their stuff off at the place Mona will be staying, because, well, Mona got like an invitation from the academia, so the academia better provides, Mona with a place to stay if they want her to give lectures at the academia. So after dropping off most of their stuff there, also for the preservation of that stuff, they set out for Gandharvaville. Oh, first. And to their surprise, they also find the General Mahamatra conversing with Tainari there. Go to ask, but yes, I will repeat this from that teaser. That he tells them that he is currently just Sino. You get it? Electro and currents. Do I have to explain? Sino, just get to the point. Sino, please, no. Though Fischl can appreciate his theatrics, much to Tainari's chagrin, but they have no idea how close they'll become. Which is actually a scene I'll also get into that amplifies how close Fischl and Sino will become. And a little side note, the fact that, Kale is Dendro, Fischl is Electro. If you look at Kale's dad, Tainari is Dendro, Sino is Electro. And also, Sino's theatrics and Fischl's theatrics. Colley's taking after her dad's. But after conversing a little, Fischl is a yes. Eventually, they tell Fischl to wait over at the hut down there, while Tainari and Mona complete some of the paperwork. Well, they are staying in a rainforest. Like, it's not exactly as safe as Mondstadt is. So there's a bit more paperwork to go over besides just, hey, they'll be staying with the forest rangers and helping out the forest rangers whenever she can. Doing that, Fischl goes to sit outside the hut they pointed to, because they did say don't enter without the permission of the one that occupies that hut. It's like it's their hut, so they reside over it. But if Sino and Tainari, well, mostly Tainari, are gonna keep an eye out for Fischl, might as well try if Fischl gets along with their daughter, to put them in the same hut to make it easier to keep an eye on them. They may be 17 years old, but in their eyes, they're still babies. Also, fun little side note, I noticed this year, look at Fischl's birthday right here. And then look at Colley's birthday. Look at their birthdays. Yes, which also means technically Colley is 19 days older than Fischl. Technically, but a bit less funny is because of her Elazar experiments, what's trapped inside of her, etc. Colley's development is a bit behind, both a little physically, but mostly mentally, making Fischl practically older than Colley. But technically, Kale is 19 days older than Fischl. In my continuity, that is. Mm-hmm. But we need a change of scenery. And you won't be the only one getting a heart attack. As Fischl will be sitting right here. Wait, let me just... Thank you. Dang it. Oh, thank you. Yes, I just went over there for the textures to load in. And our precious little Kale, you know, as this is like a year after her Alizar has been cured, is actually coming back from patrol. Only to see a girl her age sitting there, giving her gay panic. Like, this is going to be a lot more intricate, so I don't have like too much for this yet, because I'm going to have to think about this scene really hard. But yeah. But hearing those footsteps, Fischl turns around, and having gotten very comfortable being herself with her time and leeway, immediately, like in Prinzessin's speech, so Dai must be the one I was destined to meet here. Greetings. My name is Fischl. Oh, yes. Yes. I did, yes. As Kale just looks at her very puzzled, and as Fischl realizes a few seconds later, like, wait. She doesn't understand at all, does she? Like to the point where, Kale doesn't seem to have the faintest clue. And Oz, for some reason, has decided to dip out. I kind of need a proper reason for that still. Though I guess he could be a great wingman. Oz could be a great wingman.
buried treasure. Gems hidden beneath the surface. They're a lot of fun. Well, which part didn't you get? Okay,
What?
I can explain it for you.
Yeah, just continue with, I can do the dad jokes. I'm not attached to anyone. Haha! Though, I guess that's something I might be able to set up in the Leeway arc is that, of course, the Prinzessin and Oz uh, will be as close as ever. Oz will obviously remain. But I may go in the direction of Oz doesn't always have to be by her side anymore. So their relationship is less dependable and more less, they're still dependent on each other, but less dependable. And more because they just love each other very much. That they ate together, but it's less necessary. Like, Visual isn't only reliant on Oz anymore for support. So Oz will also have some more time to himself. He will have plenty of experiences still, don't worry. But it's also, like, while I like the narrative of, like, you know, you may spend less time together, but the quality is still the same. Kind of like the later seasons of Friendship is Magic, focusing less on the main six, but the quality with the main six is still there. And that's an entire show about friendship. And there's also a more practical reason that Oz being there can make writing kind of harder in some instances. Like, you know, you have cute moments with Visual and Kale, and then Oz is just there third wheeling. Like, yeah. And like, Visual will always need Oz. But Oz does not need to be physically present at every single moment in her life. So it's kind of, I guess, a healthy direction for their relationship, kind of thing. And I guess it's also a factor as Visual is oh my god. Is more accepted, supported even. That at some point Oz can also just be himself and doesn't just have to be a translator for Visual. Because Visual is then able to just communicate with people herself. So Oz is then also able to be more of his own character. But I refuse to pull a Roxy on characters, so yeah. I mean, I feel like that would be kind of obvious that I refuse to pull a Roxy on characters. You know, no reason in particular. That it may be obvious that I'm a big fan of Roxy, you know? To be fair, Oz probably does, in a more literal sense. I... How dare you be so validating that it's obvious? So, yeah, that's also kind of an explanation. Like, yes, this is just Visual and Kale. Oz is not present here. Well, in a way, he is. Just, Oz is not manifested. And also, Oz knows what privacy is, so he's not eavesdropping. But, you know. So it's this is also, Visual turning around and like, so you're the one I was destined to meet here. Greetings. It is an honor to meet someone. It's an honor to meet you. Like, I need to workshop the Visual speech, but that's what it comes down to. As poor Kale has linguistic difficulties, and is also in full gay panic seeing Visual. Aww. Huh? I think Maiden might need an Oz translator. A translator like Oz, I should say. Well, Visual can't exactly explain it, but she feels an odd familiarity with this girl. Besides, this girl, being really cute and obviously puzzled, she kind of forces herself to be like, greetings. It's nice to meet you. As Visual is then there, just having difficulty speaking like most people, kind of toning down her language so this person can understand. Why Visual is doing this as well is because of her time in Liyue. That even if she would tone down her language, she is now just confident enough in being the Prinzessin because of her weeks of support from so many people that she dares to try to speak like that, and that she's still able to be the Prinzessin. Besides, even her toned down speech is probably fancy speech for Kale, so, As Kale tries to collect herself, tries to, at least use greetings. Yes, the person in front of her did. Like, I am training for a stranger, Kale. But if you don't mind me asking, why are you in front of my hut? Not that's not allowed at all. I'm just kind of curious. Also very much in Kale character that she doesn't want to offend anyone, but still wants to ask the question. Like, what are you doing here? besides her brain is still not fully functional because, well, she's a hopeless lesbian. So, you know. And she kind of likes Fischl's aesthetic, even if she wouldn't really admit it at this point. And the fact that being a forest ranger at her age, you know, living there constantly, she probably doesn't have that many interactions with people her age she can really converse with. That's even brought up in the Windbloom events, with like her befriending Sucrose and them becoming like best friends. Is that Sucrose is kind of the first, like, you know, on her level she's conversing with. Sure, like, you know, Sucrose is a lot more academic, but more like in age and, you know, having struggles and just, you know, be on the same level as in, like, you know, they're just like best friends. Instead of Amber, Carly really looks up to as a big sister, or her dad being like really big at the academia, one even the General Mahamatra, one at the head of the Forest Rangers. So Sucrose was really the first of her kind for Kale. So for suddenly to someone her age just be sitting there outside her hut, you know, let alone someone who would make her gay panic. Kale's brain ain't doing too good, fam. But yeah, I still need to workshop like properly, like the interactions. But this is also pretty far into the story, so I have other things to also worry about first. Oh. Yes, I will give you diabetes. But this was also kind of a plan. Exactly. She finds the beauty of the Prinzessin irresistible. But it was also kind of a plan from Tainari. Tainari hadn't said anything about where Fisher will be staying. Just that, could you wait over there? Kind of forcing these two to meet and then hang out from this point, converse, and how Kale, you know, was a bit put off at first by her speech, but then found it like very cute how Fisher was actually struggling toning down her speech. And also actually saying the things because it feels so unnatural for her. Until Kale notices, like, wait, also noticed, like, facial? are you okay? Like, not having realized the name Fischl yet. Like, obviously, little trauma brain. And the fact that, hadn't heard it enough to truly remember even seeing Fischl. But I guess seeing Fischl, that's also more the trauma brain comes in. Um... But, how Fischl seems to be overheating a little bit. And Carle inquires about that. And yeah, then Fischl has to, it's a lot hotter and humid here than I'm used to. Like, Fischl is actively reacting to the differences in climate. Like, Leeway was already a bit different. But, then Sumeru is even worse. But Kale actually recognizes it, having come from Inazuma. She doesn't really know that, but, she doesn't really remember. But, yeah, still body-wise. Then went to Snezhnaya, to Mondstadt, to Sumeru, traveling through Liyue. So... Ah, yes. Yes, as you should. So Kale immediately like, oh, follow me. Immediately like going into like helping modes. Which kind of gets her to function better. And push her gay panic aside. Because now she's helping someone. Ooh. And Kale commenting on the fact, like, well, I usually glide down here, but an official like, oh, I have a glider. You do? Well, I am from Mondstadt. You're from Mondstadt? How is everyone? No, that's for later. Okay, then we can both fly down. Here, please. Kneeling down so Fischl can actually like scoop up some water and like throw it, like put it on her face to cool off. But that also means they unintentionally don't third wheel. What? Don't third wheel here. Shush! Gone. But it also means they unintentionally like kneel down close to each other. Which this does, like, with rivers flow. So, obviously the water is pretty cool. So that does help Fischl a lot, and actually Kale doing the same. I mean, she's here anyway, might as well cool off a little. Which actually... just kneeling down like that does help, ease the awkwardness of the situation a bit. So that's probably kind of how their first interaction goes, and then they go on the rest of the day hanging out together. Much to the chagrin of Tainari and Mona. Although Sino is pretty quick to just relax and like... You sent Fischl down to Colley's hut, and they both have disappeared. And it just sounds like they're having fun together. You know, especially since Colley is a forest ranger, very familiar with the Sumerian rainforest. Fischl is an adventurer. So they probably don't have too much, you know, like, stopping them from just, you know, going places because they're so used to it. And how Colley is also able to ask, like, hey, how like, in Mondstadt, has anything happened? And like, yeah, not really. Fisher being able to tell about the play, as Colley shows her a bit around, like around the rainforest, being very familiar with it, as they actually hit it off surprisingly fast. Almost like they've met before. Yeah, like Fischl was able to tell about her journey here thus far. Colley is able to like show her around the rainforest. Also, totally not thinking of things on the spot. I would never. There you go. It's pretty soon. Without even realizing it, they suddenly look up and realize that it's sundown. So they head back, and Tainari takes on the parental role of like, could you please let us know when you're going places next time? Well, Sino is just asking like, did you two have fun? Although Tainari's plan did work, as it's Colley actually timidly offering like, hey, which, like, if Fischl, if you would like, would you be allowed to stay in my hut? It's like, of course, like, we don't, like, they, you know, are a bit protective of their daughter, but, you know, they've been running around all day, and Colley is actually asking herself if Fischl can stay in her hut. So they agree. And that's where even more domestic bliss begins. I mean, maybe they'll like put like the chest from here to there, push the bed a bit more that way, and put another bed here or something. I don't know. I feel like this would be a bit far apart if they just want to have girls' night, you know? So, yeah, that's probably, like, mostly how their meeting is gonna go. Getting carried away, because of course they do. They're two 17-year-olds who actually, you know, surprisingly like each other's company, like, surprisingly much, like each other's company. Again, almost like they met before. And, you know, they'll continue with Colley showing around the forest, and Fischl actually being like quite a storyteller and can even make it digestible for Kale in her way of storytelling, which also kind of evolves in Fischl helping Kale with her linguistic issues, be it more vocabulary, or even just, helping her read. I guess she read for her before, but now like helping her read, and even write. um, uh, which then you know, which is then also a funny thing where suddenly Faruzan said to Tainarians like, hey, how is it that Kale is suddenly doing so well on her linguistics? Because, because people actually have more relationships. At least in my continuity, Faruzan had actually, from time to time, been helping. Oh, I guess I'll divulge from canon a lot here, but.
To be honest, I don't really know how to handle people like Madame Faruzan. She's always saying that I'm a hardworking student and eager to learn.
Oh.
But that's because I have to be. I'm a slow learner, so I have to put in the extra effort.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
it's good.
There was a time when I accidentally saw her research journal. Only for a second, though. It was all written in old script, and I couldn't even make out half of it. Definitely the scariest book into that.
Okay, never mind. It's all canon still. As Faruzan, yeah, of course, I leveled her a bit. Thing. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna search it up now, but her classes are actually about, her thing is actually language. So from time to time, when Faruzan had time, Tainari pays her to help Kale a little. I mean, not that she would, wouldn't do it for free. It's just a courtesy kind of thing. But that Faruzan suddenly steps up to Tainari and hey, Kale is doing, she's always been a hardworking student, but she's doing surprisingly well with language recently. Do you get any idea how that might be? And it's yeah, about that. Which actually Fischl that actually causes Kale to speed up so significantly in her reading, but also writing and understanding lectures, because she understands visual storytelling, that she is actually able to get into the academia earlier than estimated. And she also, they also made it so she's able to go with Fischl by her side. So if she has any more difficulties, Fischl can actually, help her just a little bit. Oh my god. Though, of course, going into a school setting, there are those who, of course, pick on Kale because of how timid she is, make fun of Fischl, And Fischl doesn't really let it get to her as much anymore, with acting Kale. But also, you know, not realizing, that doesn't last very long, because whenever someone tries it, they only try it once because of suddenly hearing a voice behind them. It's like, you know, what's the situation here? As the General Mahamatra appears behind them. So yeah, so it's pretty quickly well known that if you mess with Kale or Fischl, you'll get on bad terms with the General Mahamatra. As for some reason, the General Mahamatra has taken a liking to Kale and Fischl, as these students, as for behavior, aren't the most intelligent, so they aren't able to figure out that, maybe Kale is his adoptive daughter, and also Fischl is under her care, besides the fact that, Sino would not like those people. Exactly! It's actually also kind of related to, it was a reel, but just a video I saw of like Genshin skins. And one of them was Kale in an academia uniform. And it honestly made me a little emotional. Like, she actually made it from illiterate to the academia. So now, especially with Fischl by her side, herself, had gone to school in Mondstadt, and while she likes learning, she wouldn't really enroll into the academia. So she can fully dedicate her time supporting Kale going through the academia. Yeah, like... And besides, I think Sino would intervene in any situation like that. But he's also still a dad, so, Besides picking on Kale, you also get on the bad side of the Prinzessin. So, yeah. Though pretty quickly, more attentive students would also see Kale being on better terms with Farazan. Hang out with Kaveh. Even, having a conversation a few times with the scribe. The ever antisocial scribe. Also, this is a personal thing. I would love to have Fischl and Alhaven. Like, Alhaven tries to be smart and Fischl is actually able to put up a verbal debate against him because of her vocabulary and way of language to actually, even if she ain't a scholar, be able to, somewhat hold up with Alhaven, which actually earns quite a bit of respect from Alhaven in his own way. And of course, you have the relationship between Fischl and Kaveh, which I've actually talked about on stream with Kiko before. That also both the drawing stream with Kaveh, I think his hangouts, and then again in Sino's second story quests, um, talking about this, how Fischl and Kave would absolutely bond so much. First over like architecture and like Immer Nachtreich, uh, but then also more art in general until they start talking, you know, about other things too. So Fischl kind of gets like a combination between a brother and uncle as well in Cave. As I think they also name drop Cave in that teaser about like they had spent time there before, you know. So yeah. Are Broncos related to Grunkles? But yeah. So they have a really cute relationship as well. So yes, Fischl will also be very integrated in Crew Meru. Um, besides, of course, hitting it off with Sino and Theatrix. But also, when Amber and Eula come to visit, she gets more interaction with Amber and Eula, but also Eula in particular with etiquette. And they actually take quite a liking to each other, and that's also where it comes up where Fischl learned dancing from Eula, especially since Fischl makes Kale so happy. Eula will have her vengeance. Wait, they've actually used Kuramaru in game? Damn memers sent me Hoyo. That's like in Friendship is Magic, Twilight is actually referred to the Cutie Crusaders as the CMC. Oh no, I didn't know. Um, Wait, also, yes, I just thought of the vengeance thing on the spot. Uh, about like official making Kale so happy. Um, that Eula will have her vengeance. Especially since Kale being happy makes Amber happy. Also, yes, I feel like Amber would relentlessly tease Kale about like, yeah, you two seem awfully close. You know, something she didn't do with Sucrose, but she does notice that, you know, Kale looks a bit differently at Fischl. Uh, so yeah, Amber would be absolutely relentless to Kale. Well, and then also Kale being the absolute useless lesbian of like, there's, you know, besides, I shouldn't get those feelings because Fisher would never feel the same way. And Amber can't say much, but is absolutely eternally screaming like, girl, are you blind? Tiffany, you useless lesbian. Whereas on the other side, Mona catches Visual daydreaming a bit more than usual when they spend time together. And also that her face is a bit more flushed. You know, sure, it's just it's just the atmosphere here, huh? Absolutely, just the atmosphere. Totally not someone that would make your face a little flushed and you a little distracted, huh? Totally, totally. Actually, with Amber like visiting Sumeru, that might be the moment they come across each other in Liyue. Oh. Ah, yes, it's all coming together. What weapon would that child use? Well, that's kind of like a more nuanced question. If we're talking about something like, you know, me writing a story in like a book format, rather than an in-game kit. Because then that person could use a combination of things. I mean, I'll even have cute moments with Sino and Visual, like training together, and how in that way Visual will also learn to use a pull arm. Besides, you know, come across Sappho sometimes and ballistic shots from Visual? I wonder where I've seen that before. Visual having ballistic shots. Turning into Papa Yoda here. Funny joke. I'm not sure if she would have too much of a weapon type yet. I will make her friends with Yao Yao, also based on Finch. So maybe she even hangs out with Madame Ping. You know, how she gravitates towards maybe even a more Catalyst style, or even sparring with Yao Yao, so Yao Yao has someone to train her pull arm with as well. But I'm not sure if she would decide yet on what weapon she would use. No, like zooming with lightning? We've already been over that. We've already done the ka-ching scene. Also, of revelations. I just reminded someone of a heart attack. Between Kaching and Ganyu. Revelation. Oh my god. It's the fact that I don't know if I can find... Wait a minute. I don't think there are any, like, on the map. Like, exactly the ones
I
I'm
have
looking
high
for.
hopes for this journey.
But if I'm lucky, we have a brief intermission for someone to realize why I say revelation the way I do. Yes, I am pretty despicable. We are having a brief intermission. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I did. Totally not suspicious.
Oz, reveal! Shower me with praise!
Salvation!
Go, go, spirit!
The abyss! Scour thy soul! One more sin!
You'll pay for that!
Okay.
Let the world collide! Stop that!
Sin, be washed away! Fight your salvation!
Shadow Raven! Let them...
Burn this barren wasteland!
Must keep draining.
No rest for the wicked.
Just like we rehearsed!
Scour thy soul!
That's cheating!
Scour one more sin upon your soul!
Go, go, Spirit Bunny!
Sin,
By
be
royal
washed
decree!
away!
Let mine an echoing song!
Salvation!
No escape!
Repent of your sins. In the end, all shall return.
So not exactly the same enemy, but the closest one I actually knew the location of. But I guess the voice still comes across. Revelation. Hmm. 6 hour 9 minutes? Nice. Are we ready for reconnaissance?
Ready for reconnaissance.
We are. um, I need to go to the bathroom again, so see y'all in a bit. As we may also, you know, after the diabetes, may even get into some heavier stuff again, but that still involves diabetes.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in, and as soon as I start talking about it, the flashbacks start. According to today's Forest Patrol route map, we need to head here first, then make our way over to there? There's a lot of writing. When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in, and as soon as I start talking about it, the flashbacks start.
Especially, you know, being in this hut. I mean, you could. You know, I mean, I'm also technically bilingual, but, you know, I have a hard time not speaking English, so yeah. Wait, I have a hard time not speaking English. That's double negative. It's not necessary. Even when I do speak the language here, I have a hard time not to just blabber in English because it comes so much faster. It's like actually having a hard time. Let alone when I try to be funny and like say something in that language for a bit and it just doesn't want to choke up anything aside from English. What's good is being bilingual if you can't produce a second language. Also, there is actually another point I kind of forgot that I have a point to bring it up now. And that's when Fischl first like realized they were in Leeuwen. That she actually, after being all thankful, actually has an like, oh, moment. Like, I promised Klee that after I came back from Dragonspine, I would read to her again. You know, to add another relation to Fischl, you know. And the fact that if we're going into a bit more prehistory, this time during the events of 1.6, the first time our traveler went to the Golden Apple Archipelago, where everyone ended up, except for Lisa, like of the knights, everyone ended up in the Golden Apple Archipelago. Which I do love the memes of like Jean asking Kaya of like, wait, if you were here, who's overseeing the Knights of Avonius? And the image underneath is this someone absolutely mad partying with like Lisa featured added over top. So the implication being that just Lisa is just breaking down the Knights of Avonius partying. I love that meme. Anyway, memes aside, don't trust Lisa overseeing the Knights of Avonius. In meme format. Otherwise, she would be a bit more responsible. Maybe. But actually, at the time, Fischl is 15. Because it's been May again at that point. And suddenly, that librarian knocks on her little safe. Like, it's the middle of the night, and the librarian knocks on a little safe place. Like, is the Prinzessin home? Fischl, a bit of a panic, but, you know, the librarian doesn't sound upset, so she dares, you know, reveal herself, but also how did she find this place kind of thing, because it's, you know, somehow tampered with, so it's like a perception filter or whatever. Fischl isn't sure, especially as a 15-year-old. But no, the librarian is just there to invite Fischl for tea, and like, don't worry, no one else will see you here. Many officials were in the Golden Apple Archipelago anyway. And I'm no snitch. So there we have another relation for Fischl. That she's actually like not too close, but is on good terms with Lisa. You know, and it was able to have tea a few times with Lisa while everyone else is in the Golden Apple Archipelago. I'm not sure if Amber was in the Golden Apple Archipelago. Oh my, I'm an Ember main. I feel like a fake Ember main. I don't know. In a version before I started playing, I'm not sure at the moment if Amber was in the Golden Apple Archipelago or not. Oh, here she goes again with the same Japanese voice actor. Oh wait, is that a pun? What? I cannot be disappointed because I've made quite a few puns myself this very stream. But also, um, yeah, see? Detestable. How dare I not remember if Amber was in 1.6? But yeah, this is also, I won't linger on it too much now, but that uh, the tea with Lisa would be like 1 year after her, you know, 14th birthday. So that's when she gets another adult. But that's also when Lisa finally has the chance um, to sit down with Fischl and not risk one of the others seeing a child still in the library in the middle of the night. I don't understand what's going on. It's a new. Sorry, with him Temptation fan here. As if you hadn't noticed with the song somewhere. Uh, although, if Amber is not in the Golden Apple Archipelago, then maybe I could have a little more between Amber and Fischl as well. And Amber actually notices them, but Lisa convinces Amber to be like, no snitching. No snitching. Why are you letting her stay? Aren't you always, and Amber just being also a little confused, like, Lisa, aren't you always adamant that people get out of the library at night so you can be at peace? And it's like, well, this kid doesn't cause any trouble, quite the opposite. So, and then we finally get our answer that Lisa knew all along about, Fischl being there in the Mondstadt library, but just didn't cause any trouble, let her be. And also, if a kid is there that much, a kid must have a good reason. I mean, she probably, kids always think they're so slick while hiding, while Lisa probably had noticed her like crying before, but wasn't sure if she should like approach or not because, well, this kid is seeking the solitude of the library, and it was the middle of the night. If she goes up to her, you know, she risks even more people finding out instead of focusing her attention on people not realizing that Kale is there. Oh yeah, I guess I also give Lisa a bit more characterization in that way. Ah. I can also imagine the night that Kale and Fischl, actually met for the first time. Um, that at some point Amber just asks like, "Where's Kale?" And that like they go looking for her. Lisa finds her. It's like, going back like, I can leave for a bit. Just trust me. You know, not being able to elaborate on that place where Kale is because that's supposed to be a secret. Uh, but yeah. Well, more about like official thing as a secret, but Kale is official in that moment, so you know. But probably at some point, Lisa will have to carry Kale away from Fischl, trying not to wake either of them up, making it like for Kale, making it feel even more like a dream. That was all just a dream. Same for Fischl. This random girl in the library, did she just dream that she was there? Then again, no, in reality it happened, but they probably choke it up to a dream. Although Fischl does have an odd moment, um, because there are a bunch of Alizar books on one of the library tables. Yes, I am pretty despicable. But yeah, then Fischl does have the odd like moment to where the Alizar books are on one of the library tables, which would suggest it wasn't just a dream. But yeah, I guess in that sense, you know, adding more characterization for the Lisa and my continuity because her in-game portrayal makes me kind of uncomfortable. Um, but also Fischl having another relationship and, touched another heart in Mondstadt. I'm not entirely sure yet when they'll have the realization of like, wait a minute. Maybe in the full version, I'll add something about Colley's seal, which will then make Visual realize, like, wait a minute, cute girl with a seal, trouble reading, you know, that's finally enough for Visual to put it together. No, no, I also feel very uncomfortable with Lisa's portrayal in game. So then I just, make my own continuity with a very sweet Lisa who doesn't make me uncomfortable. Well, as we're saying, the in-game Lisa, her portrayal, um, makes us uncomfortable. She's a bit too fan surfacey. And I feel like that doesn't really do like a character and lore justice. Why? Have you met in-game Lisa? It's not that bad, but it's enough for her portrayal to be uncomfortable. Um, well, opinions may differ, but yeah, I'll definitely like tone it down quite a bit and also make it a bit more person focused. Yeah. And like the wording, isn't necessarily from. It's the a combination of her word, like the words she uses, and the voice acting direction, where I'm like, mm, mm. Mm-hmm. And I feel like a character, like, indeed, a lot more potential to be way more nuanced than, you know, what she ended up being. Um, and it's also kind of odd that everyone is, like, going off about how the Traveler is so young, like, even being weird about them drinking. Yet Lisa is constantly flirting with the Traveler and even going on like a little date with the Traveler. It's like, pick a side. And besides that, you know, like Lisa and Jean feel like they're like around their 30s and they're worried, like, constantly about the Traveler's like drinking age and such. It's like, uh. And it's also, again, calling someone a cutie is one thing, but the voice acting direction while she does so, the um, yeah, I mean, one of the characters that also, you know, is like, uh, is a really good. I mean, like most of them are a good example. But like with manga, Amber, you don't see the sheer compassion and determination in game. Like to the extent that goes, and also her playful nature, her acceptance, and even support of people. Manga Mount is very much a vibe. Uh, yeah? I mean, you know about Kale lore, right? All of that lore happens in Mondstadt. Well, most of it. How, like, where do you think Kale and Amber being sisters come from? Kale talking about having been to Mondstadt. Um, like, though, actually, I'm pretty sure that, like, almost all of the manga is Mondstadt. Be it 1,000 years ago or 2 years ago, pretty much all of the manga is Mondstadt. And also, why, like, how do you think people are so excited about Amber and Kale being so close? Um, you know, like, and how was able to like integrate enough of Kale being there at the time in Mondstadt, and also about Sino picking her up, etc. Like, I base that all of that on the manga itself. I'm like pretty manga compliant in that sense. That's also what I was talking about with, the scene of Kale at the Mondstadt gate being like tainted. Um, yeah, that's a canonical manga scene. And how would you like some domestic bliss with Amber and Kale? Like, it's also something I haven't mentioned as much here, but there's even enough Kale characterization in the manga to where I like Kale's portrayal in game, but I feel like it could be more, especially with the manga. So that's also like I'll try to incorporate more of manga Kale into my continuity Kale even in the present. it's also that comment like of like what is it with you social Mondstadt people is very much a like manga kole line. Well, not exactly a whole manga. Just a manga from 2 years before the game starts. And also some trigger warnings with Kale, because Trauma Baby is an understatement. And also, I feel like the meeting again in Mondstadt in Windbloom, it would have been nice to have some attention between like Kale and Kaya, but you'll see why. You know, when you've read the manga, why I would have liked a little more interaction with like Kale and Kaya. Oh, there it is. Also, oh, there it is. Copy link. Um, I'll also drop a little teaser for you. Um, if you also remember a certain moment in the Mondstadt Archon quest. Good student. But I have to do it a little like between phones and such because phones can be a bit of a pain. So like get it on one phone, send it on Discord so I can get the link on another phone and send it on stream. I mean, it's mostly getting used to like primitive tech stuff, but yeah. But yeah, there's a yeah, fun little video for you. And you know, also a little flash of manga Kale. No, it's more feeling like a really young child having to work with ancient technology. Well, not as much since the technology here is like reached like some kind of base level, but yeah. Like the Kale. This is also this video also goes over what I mentioned earlier with sweetness between Kale and Visual, but so yeah, this little video I sent, you know. You can you copy the text of the link and just put it in the URL? I mean, a bit of a pain, but you could even try to manually copy it because it's not too long of a link. Hmm. Very well then. They also have a flash indeed of manga Kale. It's also the expression work is uh, yeah, like I kinda upset, but I also can't I'm like not upset at Paimon because Paimon couldn't have known. I mean, it's always good to ask for consent, but if you're just having fun, etc., then it, understandable that you sometimes, um, zip your mind to just careful of, or maybe even Paimon didn't plan to touch her, but it still triggered a response in Kale of like, oh, someone's getting close, I need to push away. Yeah. I think I like read the manga just in time. Um, I actually had read the entire manga um, before Sumeru was out, so I mean, at the time, not exactly, but even if I did, um, Genshin might be my biggest hyperfixation. So, yeah. I mean, now that I have like a bit more time again,
I'll take the chance to try to get some more.
and like wanting to get back into Genshin, I'm almost halfway for the battle pass, like for the amount of XP I can get on the battle pass on day 1 of the week.
Than usual.
But I also relatively don't have much to do in general. But yeah. I often don't get past 25, even if I play more. Unless I really dedicate myself to it. But, I love this gal. So, I would like to remember the Subzerus Festival. The Subzerus Festival. Which, there is a little thing here. Oh my. Oh. We don't talk about this. Or this. Or this. Oh. Well, I mean, for Primo Gems, it's not worth it to go with this. I mean, if I paid like $20 on Welcome, I would have 1,200 Primo Gems, plus all the days of 90 Primo Gems. but it's mostly for me about, well, this. And like the extra rewards you get. Oh my. Actually, now the Black Blessing of the Welkin Moon reminds me of the Moon Sisters. And then a line from Farina, and it's like, Farina? What do you mean by this?
The sun feels almost as hot as those studio lights I'm in front of all the time. Good thing there can only be one sun.
Good thing there can only be one sun. Meanwhile, the vat has had 3 moons. There were once 3 moons in Tevat. So, Farina, what do you mean by this? They're 3 moon sisters. And now we even have an amazing animation going over the Moon Sisters that showed up, you know, with the Hoyo Fair recently. I even got excited in Kiko chats about Moon Sisters. I should also really complete Enkonomia. I want Before Sun and Moon for myself. I was talking about how I should really complete Enkonomia because I really want the book Before Sun and Moon for myself. And be sentenced to death by Celestia, but that's a different story. What do you mean a god got sentenced to death by Celestia for reading Before Sun and Moon? So, haven't done anything. Oh. Then I suspect I should really avoid, well, we were talking about the Archon quest, so you probably know this one. But then I should probably very much avoid this one, shouldn't I? Which I actually got another idea, but I'm not sure if it would fit in a Prinzessin's home surrounding Enconomia. But then I won't click on Enconomia. Also, fun fact about Christina here. They did not tell Claire's name. Or maybe they did, but at least when Christina got like booked for an audition, Christina had to keep quiet that she knew. That she knew Kale. Christina had read the manga when she got booked for an audition. And she had to keep quiet that she knew who Kale was. But it also meant she had to keep her excitement to herself that she, you know, was auditioning for Kale. Or maybe she was just booked in general, but at least, you know, the fact she was really excited about Kale and knew the character, but she couldn't, you know, say that. No, that's anything, no. So the funny thing is that you had, of course, the voice director. Meanwhile, you had the VA that already knew the character. I mean, after the voice training anyway, so I could try something. Voice feminization. Maybe then I won't die every time I hear my own voice. Ooh, wouldn't it be nice? Theater kids. Reminds me of something. The theater kids of Leeway. Which is kind of funny considering like Fontaine is like with like opera, movies, everything. Meanwhile, the most feeder kids are in Leeway. Most of the feeder kids are in Leeway. somehow. There are quite a few Fontaine characters who are feeder kids too. But Leeway somehow has an even more feeder kids vibe than Fontaine. Hmm. Yes, but regarding Kale and Fishu again, I could go into some heavier diabetes. Nice. I guess trigger warning, body image issues and has SH. Hmm. As visual being very perceptive, would start to notice how uncomfortable Kale is with like her scales and such. And in my continuity, also her clothing will be a bit more covering. Because Kale being very like insecure about her Alazar showing. Um, as Fisho very carefully, like one of them actually dares to bring it up, being like, um, like, you okay? I notice every time you try to shy away from it, so pretty, etc. Um, or if Fisho makes a comment about like, you know, what you'd like to wear and such, that she's really like, not just a preference, but like now fully like, you know, um, body image issues, and also when Visual tries to dote on her and like pretty shits because Visual is the kind of useless lesbian that gets flustered but also can't help but compliment. um, as also the fact, um, I mentioned it last stream, um, but like at the latter portion of the Sumeru Archon quest, Alazar getting so bad she could barely eat, couldn't even eat eventually. So then when she started eating again, and also with her Alazar being gone, potentially being able to eat more and actually, keep it, um, her body, as metabolism, also started putting on like reserves and such, as she had gotten so used to her like body being underfed that now putting on reserves, um, and she noticed she was, gaining weight, even though that was healthy, it still looked a bit much in her perception. Um, and a big part of Kale in my continuity is also that she wants to be perfect so badly because she is afraid to be abandoned again. Like, if she isn't like the perfect little girl, she is afraid that she'll get abandoned again. Um, she doesn't exactly know where it comes from, but um, Shinobu does. But also, part of it is, wait, can I find it? Um,
when I ended up in Mondstadt, I said a lot of things to Amber and the others that I shouldn't have. I still feel ashamed whenever I think about it. How could I talk like that to people who were just trying to help me? I shudder to think what they must have thought of me back then. Sorry. Maybe we can leave it there for today. If I go any further than that, I know I'll regret it tomorrow.
This as well. She feels so guilty about being so terrible to people that it only amplifies that feeling. There was even time when her Alizar was cured, yet skills were still there. So she tried to rip off some of the skills, only for it to not work and only look, evidently that, she had tried to get it off. Which Visual comes across when she, tries to appreciate, Kale's battle scars, that those skills actually represent how she was able to fight off Alizar, a life-crippling disease, yet she pushed through. And that's all the Prinzessin cares about. And then when she notices that, Kale is, is doubting a bit if Visual truly understands, Kale is in shock because, Visual starts pulling on her sleeves, which, are not attached to her dress, which is something that at that point Visual had never done before. She seems like Kale realized in that moment that Visual always made sure that, a lot of her was covered, but also given her shoulders are free, gives kind of an illusion of not much happening. But at that time, Visual shows her own scars, which are quite obviously not just from adventuring, but self-inflicted. So Kale obviously in shock, but yeah. Visual, especially with the healing she had gone through in Liyue, is really able to reassure Kale, and also, as the Prinzessin, the head of an entire kingdom, she has to be able to take care of people. And now she's able to take care of someone like this, truly help them, feel seen and understood from someone perceived more on their own level and not some, above, or, struggling with different things. So it doesn't really but also the fact that, the Prinzessin is such, it has to be a symbol of beauty, a cares not about appearance, but then also has these scars, but has learned to be proud of those scars, as those scars helped her get to where she is today. She got scars instead of something worse. And those scars are the proof of that, so. I guess I can quote Ballister here a bit. I see you, Kale, and you're not alone. Mm-hmm. But like then tears come anew for Kale, obviously to seen, but also someone like genuinely like just cares about her, and like she may have scars, even self-inflicted by trying to rip off those skills. But this Prinzessin, this figure of beauty and authority, still cares about her just for who she is. And with that visual, being so extravagantly herself, and yet with the right people, she doesn't push those people away being so extravagantly herself, that Kale starts slowly getting, a bit more comfortable with also more how she like was in the manga, being a bit more sassy and judgmental, and that is okay. Which is actually quite funny. I saw something recently about INFJs having TI, and like it's okay to be judgmental. So that's kind of another addition to Kale being an INFJ. Mhm. And it's kind of also an interesting duality because Visual probably feels the closest to her. Yet she's also the Prinzessin, so there's an interesting duality there for Kale. What? Which actually later on in their relationship, Fisher would absolutely kiss her skills. Just to remind Kale how beautiful she is. And the beautiful meaning behind those scars. That she fought through Elazar and came out on top. And that Visual never diminishes Kale for like her lack of stamina or motor skills not being a bit below average because of what she went through. Even essays Kale might have that Visual writes a lot of them, so or writes much of them, so Kale can give her hands a rest. And that Kale might even feel like I'm not doing enough for Visual, but Visual is just like you being you and hanging out with me, everything, y- you know, supporting me and being the Prinzessin means more than you could ever understand. Well, until the whole custody situation, but we focus on sweetness now. But yeah. Um, like Mona got emotional. Um, Well, I'm honored. I could provide that for you. Hmm. Like where Mona got emotional seeing a visual she hadn't seen since the Golden Apple Archipelago 1.5 years ago. Tanari and Sino probably get very emotional noticing how much more comfortable Kale is getting with herself. Um, Ever since the Prinzessin, you know, came to them. Just by being who Fischl is. That's actually also something reflected in my custom outfits I commissioned from Kiko. Is the fact that Cole's attire is a bit more revealing, a bit more, that she is like comfortable and confident enough to show off her battle scars, which also how Fischl refers to them, and that there's something empowering instead of something to be ashamed of. Like, this represents your fight and that you did fight. Well, the doodle was one commission. And actually, you already know the scene of the big commission. Yes. So the doodle is actually like moments before the big commission. Hmm? Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's actually even intentionally a reflection of this piece, but that's kind of hinted towards in the like teaser itself as well. This is what Amber told Kale about. It's supposed to be a reflection of this piece. Which is also, character relevant. Oh. It is. Like, look at these two. Just being like, confident and just girlfriends of each other and like just dancing under the moonlight. Oh my. Yeah, but it's also supposed to be a reflection, and not exactly the same thing. It's mostly, um, something, connecting Kale and Amber again as well. Yes, I am very despicable. Also, yes, I have sent this piece I just sent in chat to Kiko as well as like wanting it to be a reflection of this piece. So yes, that's part of what I commissioned. Oh, cute though. Oh my. Oh, Pinterest board. Hmm. I've never done them at all, Pinterest boards really, but They're so sweet. Does it also thinking of Shinobu and Sweet also makes me think of the relationship she has with Ito and how it's like such a like a lesbian and her emotional support himbo. Yeah. Well, then you can dream before the surgery. So. Albions. Wait. You're saying this like I'll be unstoppable for my meal. That thing of like, your kidney transplant was a success. Thank you for giving me your kidney. With 3 kidneys, I'll be unstoppable. But yeah, the sweetness, you do have Shinobu and Ito for the first time meeting as well. You know, as the like Shinobu who has always taken care of others suddenly has someone reaching out a hand to her to be there for her in such a way. Achievement unlocked for the lesbian emotional support himbo. I yeah, but he is different kind of confused. Like this guy is important, you know him. Um because Ito isn't aware of like the whole Irminsul erasure thing. Whereas Nihida especially is, but probably Mona, you know, maybe he got to talk. Oh, probably Mona saw, you know, head guy around the academia, and also her connection to the Hexen Circle, everything that she's maybe had a way to remember. And also maybe got in contact with Nahida. So Nahida and Mona are probably shocked in the fact, like, you remember him. Well, Ito is just like, this person is important. What? Naturally. Cannot forget the man of the hour. Also just casually scrolls to Ito. Though I guess I did mention last stream that like I got him but not Shinobu on her release banner. Yes. Oh my, another artist with Aphantasia. You're insane. Oh my. Would you like a more, to balance out the sweetness here? Would you like a more tense, more action-oriented scene? Oh my. Oh, angst, you say? I... I guess not. Um... Oh, well, I'm honored I was able to help like that then. But given call a story, you must also know, well, I guess we've also talked about it while we talked about Natalia, but, well, here you go. Um, like, in the Sumeru Archon quest, nothing came of it, but that's also because Kale was bedridden for a lot of the Sumeru Archon quest. But there is, the mad scholar that got expelled from the academia. Also, I guess it's kind of fun to just give you another heart attack like this. Remember how I said with Tartaglia, it's not the first harbinger Fischl takes on? Of revelations. I'll let you think for a bit on that one. The person we just started talking about and me mentioning that, you know, just casually talking about Leeway, how Tartaglia is the first harbinger she takes on. Oh, I'll let you think. I'll just turn it to the 14th Doctor episode at the edge of the universe. Think, 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 think. But yeah, we just talked about, the mad scholar who got expelled from the academia. There's a certain harbinger that's very relevant to Kale's story. Uh, and I said to Tartaglia, specifically, like, what do you mean the first? It's like in Twice Upon a Time, where the doctor slips out, oh, you must be from the First World War. And like, what do you mean first? Yeah. Think. Uh-oh. I did it. I have a feeling I did it. You could not stop yourself from thinking, huh? You're not leaving. You want to hear more. It's not like you have said so before. But yeah, good luck with that revelation. Oh, how dreadful it is to be invested in this. Oh no, I'll give you more info. Don't worry. You have the privilege of spoilers because you're here early. But first, we need another setup scene. So, like, Kale and Vishal are out on patrol together. As they've come accustomed to, that Vishal accompanies Kale on her patrols. Only then Kale catches a glimpse of someone and goes absolutely catatonic. Vishal doesn't know what's going on, but she does get quite a good look at the person, and the person appears to make eye contact with her, but it's hard to say given his mask. But it's confirmed when he waves like he did at Port Ormos, was it? During the Archon quest, when he quote-unquote left Sumeru. So not knowing what else to do, or even who this person is, because, well, like, Vishal doesn't exactly have a description. It is, well, has a description, but, can't put two together that fast that this is that person. She takes Kale and absolutely flies over with her back to Gandharvaville in full panic herself. Like, Kale went completely catatonic upon seeing this person. But, it's hard for Vishal to really put two and two together while she's so worried about Kale. So getting to Gandharvaville, painfully, Fischl is forced to hand Kale over to Tainari so Tainari can try to help calm her down, as the only other person besides Amber who has a chance to actually get through to her in such a state. But then Fischl herself is absolutely out of her mind, panicking. But there is Sino as well. And Sino is actually, as a general, he is military. So is actually able to, like, calm but firmly go, like, as he would, like a combination between a soldier and her, like his daughter. He like Fischl, like Prinzessin, breathe, and it might not have gotten through to her if it wasn't for the meaningfulness to Fischl about in such an official position, in such a way that Sino addresses her by her name and title, that she stops hyperventilating. I mean, she's still, crying with worry, but she calms down a little bit and Sino embraces her. But there's a little thing about Fischl in getting really like overwhelmed with emotion, especially after being more and more accepted that she starts actively leaking Electro because it's so close to her elements that it just becomes like so much. But I mean, Sino has an electrovision himself, so he can deal with it. And then a while later, as Kale has actually fallen asleep, exhausted after going catatonic, Tainari comes back to check up on Fischl as well, and almost goes to put her hands on her shoulder, but Sino stops her. I wouldn't want to aggravate you that quicken, but I would not like it to spread as, being smart. Tainari does get it, but is also very, well, quote-unquote annoyed. But it's the kind of lover's annoyance, Like, Sino, this is not the time for your jokes. And Sino, like, this is not a joke. That's also like a sweet interaction between this couple. Oh, but also the fact that, it's the fact that Sino is military and knows the value in trying to release some tension in these situations or replace it with a tension that's a bit less, well, tense. At least if you realize about aggravate, quicken, and spread. Exactly. I mean, I'm writing Sino here. Give me a break. I mean, Tainari has a dendrovision, So if Fischl is leaking Electro, then... point. But yeah, what they also realize is that Dottore has found Kale, and they figure as her having survived what she has survived, you'll find out in the manga, that Dottore, this mad scholar, is, gonna be very intrigued into Kale as a subject, as how she was able to survive that. And, still being alive even with that sealed within her. So they figure Kale needs somewhere to hide. And that's where hiding in Bottleland comes into play. That I hope that Bottleland will be enough to hide. Plus, it's easier to defend than, for example, oh my god, give me the name, please. Sri Lanka, that's the one. Especially as Sri Lanka is a bunch of paper. So, we're not gonna, hide from such a powerful being in a land of paper. I guess we did kind of skip over the part where Kale actually introduces Fischl to Bottleland, but yeah. And that's also why Kale is so, quite out of it in Bottlelands. Because of who they're hiding from. And that's also the he I'm talking about in that teaser. Yes? He is, the reason why they're hiding in Bottlelands. He is the he from the teaser. Why do you think Kale is so out of it? The post teaser, yes. And why it's so special that to have some sweetness in between. Why it's so special that Fischl was able to make her forget, even if just for a second, why they were there and just enjoy a dance together. Welcome back, maiden. Of revelation. Don't worry. That's my line. Oh, definitely. You're definitely completely fine. That's actually like a little note for Maiden. Now that she's here, because Fischl is so high on emotion when she takes Kale back to Gandharvaville, and it's a quite powerful display from the Prinzessin. That's actually another moment that Redacted gets a vision of. Another vision of Kale, but this time it's not a beautiful display like of her power. It's a necessary display of her power in a moment that's, you know, quite heavy. Yeah. I have been here this entire time. Okay, Auntie, calm down. Well, we're gonna get to that. I'm not sure where I'll place it, but it is another moment that Redacted character gets a vision of. Well, more like redacted name than redacted character. But, Little Reader is not supposed to know their identities yet. Yeah, but that does mean I'm gonna space out my spoilers. Fine, in the narrative, like, telling the story, you're not supposed to know the identity of these characters yet. To be fair, if you know the identities of the characters in the first place. Ooh, wait. I have more soundtrack. uh, you know, hearing that news from Idian. Like, Kale desperately tries not to go catatonic again, but it's like really hard because like he has found them and he is here. And then Fischl has to like really get into Kale's mind. About like, hey, I get that it's hard, so please, all you need to do is hold on to me because it's gonna make things a lot easier. and I'll fly us out of here. But what? Ah, Kazuha, how are you doing? Yes, I do, but I kind of need to set the stage that that like Bottleland it appears somewhere around here. So this is where they'll be flying out of. And Visual has to make a run for it all the way through here to try to get back here to the Vidia Forest to get, you know, people's attention and whatnot. So yeah. But I kind of imagined something like this, you know, because she's desperately trying to get away. Kale clinging to her, trying not to panic herself, while knowing he is probably in hot pursuit. Really drive home the point even more is like all the way through here. Oh yeah, our village as well, the first checkpoint with the Flame Maiden and I forgot Kandake's title, but yeah. But keep in mind, Fischl is also flying in an Oz mimic, so yeah. Dang it. Dang it. There we go. I should have muted the stream a long time ago. But that's not all. Which one do I go for? I'd probably this one's better for now. Because then oh, I could actually probably just use both instead, but Fischl in an awesome mimic is when they're almost there is struck down by a blast of water or hydro, I should say. And hydro and electro, you get electro charged. So as Fischl tries to absorb most of the electro charge, keeping it away from Kale, the Oz mimic is disassembled. As Fischl has to leave Kale lying on the ground to turn the Dottore, who walks over. Quite impressive. Keeping away from me that long. But it was always going to be futile. Now, mighty Prinzessin, let's see what you're truly made of. As Fischl then has no choice but to fight. And as a side note, remember that the Traveler couldn't defeat Arlecchino, the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. Dottore is the second of the Fatui Harbingers. And currently Fischl is the only one standing between Kale and Dottore. But Dottore has an alternative motive here. But I'll get to that later. He first sends out Hydro Mimics because he is not going to waste the energy if she's not worth it. But Fischl easily vaporizes, not the reaction, just, all his Hydro Mimics. So he starts slowly getting more and more intense with his Hydro Mimics. Full-on Fatui agents, and many of them, but the Prinzessin will not yield. Yes, and then still, like, impressive. Very impressive. Well, seems like if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. And this I'm not quite sure on yet. Exactly how this will play out, but it's going to like Dottore fighting more himself. But Fischl still manages to hold him off, at least with the amount of power he's using currently. but it's getting harder and harder. Actually fighting, yes. But suddenly, Visual could feel something else reaching out to her. It's a power quite unfamiliar, yet the feeling behind it is very familiar. And as she looks back, a green trail flows from Kale to her. So she decides to try something. And as she shoots, trying to focus on her electro and whatever this green trail is, what she witnesses is the corresponding reactions with electro and dendro. Like somehow Kale is able to grant her dendro, even if Kale is catatonic. That Visual is somehow able to use her dendro. My, I didn't know you had that trick hidden up your sleeve. Well, seems like I have to step my game up as well then. As 6 other Dottore segments come by his side, as they appear all to have a different element delusion on them. So now Visual has to fight 7 Dottore segments who have all 7 elements currently. And still, she has to try to hold her own, which impressively she does. But only really through what she has learned from Kaching, the teleporting with the lightning striking down around her. The ballistic arrows from Sappho's. The healing from Shinobu. Only with those things she barely manages to hold the segments off, at least for how much they're trying now. Well. Seems like I was wrong to judge Tartaglia on drawing to you. It seems like there's more to you after all. Seems like I'll have to step up again. As suddenly the 6 other segments start focusing their elements on the segments that came before. Oh, we're in the final now. Just FYI, we're in the final of A Prinzessin's Home family. We're in the final battle. Well, series of battles, actually. But as they all focus on the center segments of Dottore, suddenly from his hands, also something I forgot to mention is also the fighting she learned from Sino, but yeah, starts a crackling white glow. a white glow which then shoots out toward Fischl. And Fischl, having not been able to prepare for that, blasted but that whatever power he is using appears to be very unstable. Probably because he is using delusions to combine all 7 elements. So it's not able to hold its form for very long. As Fisher is getting exhausted now, again Oz beginning to fade, even with how much more he's able to use her power, now that people believe in her and she has more belief in herself, she is waning against the might of a Harbinger, let alone the second Harbinger. Desperately trying to just protect Kale for as long as she can. And at last she thinks most she has left is her physical form to protect Kale. But what she doesn't realize is while she is embracing Kale like that, somehow her Electro manifests a castle wall behind her. Dus an actual immernachtjarig castle wall out of her Electro. Not that she'll be able to see it because she's too focused on Kale, but that does allow, that does absorb most of the impact from another blast from the tainted lumino element that Dottore is using. Not that she knows the name, but sure. But she still flow back with Kale, desperately holding on to Kale, as she braces herself for the final strike. But that strike never hits. Before she starts feeling both cold and warmth underneath her, like ice and fire. But not uncomfortable, and as she opens her eyes, she sees part of a familiar thumbs up. Actually, I'll share the links of all this music later, but yeah. And that's how that chapter ends. As the next chapter, we flash back to Mona in Mondstadt again now. Yeah, that's how that chapter ends. And then I am very despicable. People would have to wait like a week probably for me to drop the next chapter, or I feel nice and I do it the next day. I drop a chapter every day, given these are all that connected. I may do something like that as well, but I'm very despicable. But the next chapter, we start at Mona in Mondstadt, being panicked out of her mind because she has things to do in Mondstadt, but also has got news of what's happening in Sumeru. So she is constantly checking her scry glass, not that she should, but still trying to peer into the future. As suddenly, I did alter her astrology abilities a little bit. She hears a yelp coming from it. And looking over, what she sees is a struck down, official with embracing Kale, with what must be Dottore in the distance walking up to them. And Mona realizes Dottore is going to find them. Bottleland is about to be compromised. So she runs to the Knights of Avonius, but not just running. She actually uses her water running ability to go faster and like just not worry about obstacles as much. And also like that she slips under the door of the Knights of Avonius and calls out desperately for Amber. Of course, Amber is there in 2 seconds as Mona is just hyperventilating, just able to get out that Bottleland is about to be compromised. And of course, Amber is going with them, with her. Eula, there's no stopping Klee, so might as well have an extra hand here. But they can't just all leave on a whim, so many have to stay there. And then going through the Adventurers Guild, it appears Razor is with Bennett. And Bennett knows what that look must mean. And then both Bennett and Razor go with them. But all of this inability not seen since 1.1. Mona teleporting. As the next stop is Springville. As they were to pick up Diona. So the next stop will be even further. Leeway Harbor. Yes, actually using her powers. Where she's there to pick up loyal attendants of the Prinzessin, Xingyan and Kazuha. And to her relief, Shinobu and Ito are actually right there. As they were hanging out with a certain group, if you remember Perilous Trail, but, that's a story for another time. As they then teleport to Gandharvaville to pick up Tainari and Sino. And all of them... Oh wait, of course Sucrose is also, and Albedo is with them from the Knights of Avonius. That's all of them making their way over to the desert. Ito and Albedo putting up a geo wall. There it is. To block his Lumino. It's not easy, but together, as Albedo, the Chalk Prince, and Ito, the Oni, are barely able to hold it up. As they get some surprise guests in the form of Wanderer flying the Hida in on her swing. In the case of you're not, fighting Dottore without me. That's what Wanderer is doing there. You're not fighting Dottore without Wanderer. And of course, Nihida is there as well. Well, obviously first with Shinobu, Amber and Mona immediately... Well, no, that's later. as Bennett and Diona immediately use their healing bursts on Visual and Kale. Yes, he is there too. Yes, it does make sense. We're going full, like, Infinity War Endgame here, of course. And now we're all caught up as to, like, Bennett's and Diona's bursts appearing underneath Visual and Kale. And I'm very sorry, but I have to go to the bathroom again. So, we will continue later. You can just try to imagine all of that for now. So, so because I didn't have a phone open, I can't really go back in chat and read messages currently. So, well, yeah. But, so yeah. Now we're all caught up as to how Bennett and Diona's bursts appeared underneath Visual and Kale. as immediately Mona and Amber sprint up to both of them. Mona immediately embracing Fischl like it's okay. And whereas before Tainari, it took him so long to get Kale to even remotely calm down after just seeing Dottore. Amber is able to snap Kale out of it like that. And Kale has a fighting spirit that's surprising everyone present except for Amber. Kale knows she is safe with Amber. Although there is one more thing, well two. Amber also reaches a hand out to Shinobu, like, see? Oh no, wait, no. It's just that Amber makes a nod to Shinobu, like she is okay, which is enough for Shinobu currently. But there's also a little, like, you know, while, for example, Sino is able to put a hand on Tainari's shoulder and like have them have this moment, you know, everyone being able to read that it's most important for them. You also have this kid who immediately rushes up to hug Fischl. That kid being Diona. Like Diona maybe like pretty mature for age and like know some things. Yes, I mentioned that why do you think we stopped in Springville? We stopped in Springville to pick up Diona. And as Diona wished to do something for Fischl as well. But we have a kind of problem here, Hitoshi. We're facing the second of the Fatui Harbingers. Any help, you need all the help you can get. Besides, Diona would have already expressed that she would like to someday help Fischl like she has helped her. But also was something I forgot to mention in Liyue Harbor, with Diona and Klee being here. Remember how I said that I needed Sayu in Liyue Harbor for something, and that's why Sayu came with Ayaka and Yoimiya? Because Sayu, Yao Yao, and Chi-Chi are also here. I have the 5 original littles here, okay? I don't care that it's derived and fanficky. I want to have my 5 original littles here. But then again, that would also might allow me to bring Hu Tao here as well, which would be a nice setup for some other things later. But yeah. And ensuring that Kale is safe, Shinobu is able to look around and sees, well, Wanderer, and there we have our cute moment with the fact that Shinobu remembers Wanderer. As Albedo tries to get their attention, like, we can't hold this wall up forever. Yes, of course. But that's also why they need to catch up later, and they can't catch up now, because they have bigger fish to fry. No. Why do you think there's a fucking geo wall? But there was no time to ponder on the fact that Shinobu apparently remembers Wanderer. As then Ido picks up on the fact that Albedo is trying to get their attention, that they can't hold it forever, and says it louder. But instead of the frustration with someone doing every joke, Albedo actually nods, like, grateful to Ido that he is less soft-spoken, so he's able to get their attention better. And that's when they all get ready. You know. Yeah. But before they all get ready, Fischl looks over at Bennett and is like, "You want to?" And Bennett is confused at first before lighting up. Like, absolutely lighting up and hugging Fischl. It's a nice moment. We need to get going. Okay. Because Bennett is there. So we can have a little... Wait, where is it? It has to be somewhere here, right? I thought it was a burst line. Excuse me. Anyway. Then I'll say it myself. So Fischl looks over at Bennett and first confused hugs her. And then Bennett, throwing down the biggest burst that they've ever seen him make. Because, a little side note, because of all of Fischl's electro, a big part of the battlefield is just turned into glass. And there's elemental energy everywhere. So Bennett, going to go with the biggest burst he has ever made. Bennett's adventure team assemble. As at that point the wall breaks and the Torre can't help but muse. So many people just to take me on. Well, guess I'll have to call in someone, as otherwise she'll never forgive me for missing out on a battle like this. As suddenly, a rather careless looking girl with a veil over her eyes, wings at the back of her head, rolls her back against the main segment of the Torre. It's like, "Oh, doctor, did you really think I wouldn't be here already?" Of course. Typical. Well, do your thing, sit back and watch. Fine. Oh, absolutely. And that's when the battle truly, like, breaks loose. But, you know, you still have the Torre segments, like, one of each element, able to make mimics even. Fine. And I'm still doubting if I'll have other Fatui agents here or not. But yeah, we have this entire party just to be able to take on one Harbinger. Multiple segments, but technically one Harbinger. Yeah. Also, the fact that you... I wonder if Hitoshi has realized who Dottore was talking about, who he would have to summon because she would never forgive him if she missed out on a battle like this. But, oh Dottore, did you really think I was going to miss out on a battle like this and wouldn't be here already? Typical. Well, please stay out of harm's way, because otherwise I'm gonna have to deal with Arlecchino. Even more than I already do. Yes, they are so very despicable. But yeah, I wonder if you realize who that is. And also who is bold enough to roll her back against the Torres, the main segment of the Torre. Though I can always give the hints. You're looking very young today, Doctor. Where's the segment at the prime of his life then? La 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 la. But we're getting into the battle now. Of all of them against all of the Torre. This is technically a Capitano theme, but don't worry about it. And like I plan, of course, to have some cool moments between like sisters as Amber and Kale, Mona and Fischl, you know, of course, Tainari and Sino, or you know, Amber and Eula together, and also because both Razor and Sino are here, having a shot of them back to back in their bursts, as they can kind of constantly stay in their burst because the sheer amount of elemental energy left behind by just Dottore and his segments fighting Fischl. The sheer amount of elemental energy in that area is insane. But what do you expect when there was enough electro release to turn the area almost entirely into glass? And of course, you have Klee, Sayu, Diona, Yao Yao. Klee, Sayu. Yao Yao, Chi Chi. Well, yeah, the 5 original littles. Diona. How did I... Anyway. Fighting together. And I always have kind of this meme in my head that I still need to make one day. It's a like reference to Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. Where you have the priests buffing the king. And I always wanted to edit that into Klee being that king, and the other 4 of them buffing Klee. I guess we'll see. And if I do decide to have Hu Tao here as well, which would actually go quite well with setting up some other things, but details. And also how Wanderer and Nehida are fighting together. And also how Nehida, you know, when she got confronted by Dottore before, she didn't know much about combat, but here she was, flying with the support of Wanderer. And using like thorn branches as whips, like thorn branches out of pure dendro, so they're like glowing green dendro. And slicing like almost like how Wanderer uses his animal. Like Wanderer has been teaching Nahida combat. Because I usually prefer to settle things with wits and brains, sometimes it's unavoidable. You have to get physical. So Wanderer has been teaching Nahida some combat things. Like teaching her how to fight. So she has these like thorn vine whips out of pure dendro that she uses. And of course, you have Ito and Shinobu fighting together as an oiled machine. Those two have been fighting together so much, but also the fact that Shinobu was part of the resistance, so that she learned even more combat and fighting skills. As surprising Dottore, having so many vision wielders together by their bonds, is actually able to hold their own against Dottore, the second of the Fatui Harbingers. But then he decides to combine this with his experiments on Kale. As if her seal is ever unsealed, Kale is lost forever. And somehow one of the segments gets to Kale and injects her with more Archon residue, awakening the Archon residue sealed away. Within Kale, as Dottore would like to see what they'll do. So, hearing that screech from Kale and seeing the purple flames, Amber absolutely cries out Kale's name because she knows what this means. Kale is gone. And Saino and Tanari obviously know what it means as well. As Saino is trying to console Tainari. But suddenly, Fischl walks up to Shinobu and gives her a look that's no debating. So Shinobu suddenly calls everyone over. Oh my god. Maiden, haven't I talked about this before? Well, at least for someone I have, that I plan to use it for this as well. That's just about the music and scream I used here. Is technically for Nihida, but you know, I can use it here too. But yeah, as Shinobu figures what Fischl is going to try, she orders everyone to get back as Fischl actually steps towards Kale being taken over by the Archon residue, burning her way with her electro through the Archon residue to get to Kale, as she is not giving up on Kale, embracing her, trying to comfort her. As she also tries to wait for everyone to get back and take shelter for what she is about to attempt. As Dottore actually takes a step back because, well, he would like to see this. Is Fischl, the Prinzessin, really going to try to save Kale? But also, Shinobu's commands leave no room for debating, and that Shinobu would also not joke around with this. Especially as she's already felt like she failed Kale again. First not being there, so when she was taken away by the Vitui. And now she was again unable to protect Kale. I'm trying to find a good music piece for I guess that'll do. Especially since they share a leitmotif, this will do for now. As once Fischl knows everyone is secured, she cries out Midnight Phantasmagoria as lightning strikes all around them. A massive display of electro even Hira would never have imagined. Wanderer would never have imagined. The Toge and they are impressed. That dainty girl seeming to have no care in the world, just enjoying the show with that veil over her eyes. As she is not giving up on Kale, embracing her. Burning away the Archon residue, yet healing as Shinobu taught her. So in a way it's also Shinobu here who saved Kale, because without Shinobu, Fisher would not have known how to heal with Electro. If she wouldn't be able to heal Kale while eradicating the Archon residue. But that is before they both fall to the ground. As immediately Amber rushes up to Kale, Mona rushes up to Fischl. As in this case, Diona is a bit more hesitant, but obviously wants to get to Fischl too. As Amber is beside Kale, and notices how Kale is stable. She is breathing. Her heart rate is okay. Like the whole integrity of your life path. As she actually reaches out a hand to Shinobu to come sit beside her, as Shinobu timidly does, it shows Shinobu that Kale is alive. She didn't fail again. She managed to save Kale this time. But that joy wouldn't last long as they heard, oh no, a second gut-wrenching scream of the night. First it was Amber, and now it's Mona crying out Fischl's name. As Fischl isn't breathing, like she used all of her strength to save Kale. As this form could not handle that amount of power. Wait, nope. Dang it. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I'll have to find the moment within the episode itself, I guess. Oh, I wasn't lying when I said that. But suddenly a light appears high in the sky, accompanied by heavenly choirs. Dang it, by their voices there. As that light absorbs itself into Fischl, which just... And mere moments later, Fischl's body starts coughing up for breath and starts breathing again. In turn, making everyone else around her breathe again. A bit differently, but, you know. Fischl would live by that mysterious light, but still unconscious, like Kale. Both of them unconscious, but alive. Dang it. Nee. Good enough. And that's the end of that chapter. I mean, there is also this entire thing about what's going on in Borderlands at the same time as this is going on, but that would also require going into more Traveler and Farina stuff, so we aren't going into that right now. What? Oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This isn't the end yet. What? The dimension of the Despondos? What? Oh yeah, I will. I just have a little write-up proof of concept for this. And the beta title being Awakening. And also, if I haven't given you Whiplash before, oh boy! Am I sure going to now? Beelzebul snapped out of her meditation in the plane of Euphymia. I'm just waiting for it. I'll just have you work through the shock before I continue. At least the shock to your system. There we go! Even if she didn't lock herself away anymore, she still frequented it. But now disturbed by a too powerful surge of electro. Immediately getting an uneasy feeling, enough to warrant her manifesting her own corporeal form besides her shadow. And just one look between them was enough to make her shadow understand the severity of the situation. As in a dash of lightning, they made their way as fast as possible to the Grand Narukami Shrine, which at this hour only the Kitsune remained, who jumped up the moment she saw the dash of lightning, knowing this couldn't be good. And her even greater shock, not only did the puppet appear, but so did A, a form which she hadn't used outside of privates ever since she lost her sister, which, while stunning and usually filled her with joy, now made her heart sink. Miko, I trust you at least felt some sort of electro just now? Miko collected herself and pondered for a bit before answering. I believe I did, but I didn't think much of it. This is the nation of Electro, after all, so I usually don't pay them much mind. But since you're here, I fear my assessment was inefficient. Job for her name? What is this, Equestria? A nodded and continued. That surge of electro must have come from the Sumeru desert. Yet even all the way out here, even you still made note of it. It felt like it must have been a very powerful display of electro. Like to the degree I probably have trouble creating. Furthermore, there is some mysterious scent to it. Almost like a scent from beyond this world. This made Gucci eyes widen in surprise. Though there seems more to it, almost like realizing something, and A nodded. I see you have the same fears I do, especially after what they did to her. A stepped closer, holding their hands to their chests, and looked her kitsune dead in the eyes. So I must request of you, please look after Inazuma and the people in my absence, as I check it out and possibly confront her. I must not let innocent people get hurt again. And let her be forced to hurt even more people. A fell silent for a moment, giving Miko a moment to speak, even her usual character faltering. But what if you get hurt? You know her power and what she has been turned into. How could I just let you go, especially after what she was forced to do to Makoto? At this point, the kitsune was fighting back tears before suddenly being cut off as A kissed her. I am so sorry. But we both know I need to go and fast before things possibly escalate and she awakens. To protect both others and herself. And I need you here to look after Inazuma and the people here. Possibly even try to defend them with those war plans. That was from the like iridescence tour in Inazuma events where A and Miko talked about war plans. The ever-teasing Miko was a bit taken aback by the kiss, actually. Then again, as A actually brought up those plans before speaking up. Then again, as A actually brought up those plans before speaking up again through tears herself. I know, doesn't mean I like it, but I will stay here for you. I will do as you request. I love you, and please be careful and come back. Before locking their lips together again, until A had to slowly pull away. I will try. I love you too, Miko. And with that, they let their hands slip from each other, and after a final glance, Beelzebul and her shadow got struck by a blast of lightning and disappearing. leaving Miko all alone, praying A will return. Yes, that happens just after, like, Fischl was saved by some mysterious force after all. We jump to this. Ooh, actually elaborating on this, someone might freak out a little bit, but we'll see. Okay, I don't have a write-up for this, so I'm going to have to try to explain it on the spot again. As everyone was trying to be relieved that Fischl and Kale survived, even with Dottore there, but he seemed docile for now. Suddenly, the second biggest surge of Electro they had seen that day, but it was nowhere near Fischl's display, struck down and two figures emerged. The puppet Shadow and Beelzebul. The first to step up to them, naturally, was Boer. Beelzebul, what are you doing here? I trust it's actually not good news you appeared. As Wanderer is absolutely freaking out of his mind. Like, all he wanted to do was beat up some Dottore segments, and here, just Beelzebul just shows up out of nowhere. But it seems Beelzebul has no time for even pleasantries, as Beelzebul immediately insists on who was behind that strike. Quickly figuring it's at least one of the two people unconscious on the ground, and immediately start yelling like, "Get them out of here now!" Also looking back at Boer. If the destruction of one of the thrones was not enough to awaken her, the creation of something else still probably is. So get them out of here now. Oh yeah, within the fight, sadly I forgot to mention that earlier. Dia and Kendake also appear because of, well, I mean, if there's a lot of commotion here, and Dia and Kendake are right here, they're probably gonna check out what's going on right here. as Dia and Kandake actually offer to take them to Aru village as they need a hiding place then as fast as possible, apparently. And even before Beelzebul looks up and it's like, everyone who is exhausted and not exhausted and a mere human, please get out of here. This is not going to be pretty, or more Beelzebul speech, but I'm doing this on the spot here. Most of humans don't have to be told twice and actually escort the rest out of here, and even Beelzebul. And those of you who hold a bit more power, please escort the rest of them out, just in case. At this point, Dia and Kandake are long gone with Fischl and Kale. As suddenly a cloaked figure comes up from behind them, seeming in a dark attire with blue accents, and Beelzebul addresses her with rather familiarity. Well, it appears it was even enough to drag you out of your nation, huh? Oh, shush. We all know we both need to be here for this. That's true. It's good to see you again, though. Before another voice echoes out. Oh, my dear Kali, I hope you at least had fun trying to blow up that harbinger. But please, dear, explore. Come on now. Escort your friends out of here. Which Klee wanted to argue, but also knew her mother would never make a request for her to seek safety if it wasn't of the utmost importance. As then another voice echoes out, Albedo, it's been so long. Please, keep Klee safe for me, will you? As then another familiar crack appears in midair, and a bloodthirsty ginger. That's not going to be the exact wording. It's just the exclusive explain on plot now. And a mysterious figure. But they might actually be earlier, because then again have Tartaglia recognize Kale, but again, I'm doing this on the spot here. Step out of that rift. The woman remarking, you make such a commotion up here that it was enough for me to come back to the surface. And then until Mona can't help but slam her head to her forehead as she guesses where this is going, and her suspicions are confirmed. That old hag decided to show up as well. But Mona, being, more familiar with the Hexen Circle, does dare to ask, like, what are you all doing here? It's like, well, we usually don't get involved much with even things like this. We figured we would help out at least here. Besides, something more happens. Looking back at Oh yeah, dang it, I completely forgot. As, all the way back when Fischl was cleansing and healing Kale, after their Archon residue was reawakened, um, Wanderer had way different worries, as it seemed Nahida was in a lot of distress. Like nothing he had ever seen before. Like there was something more happening, um, while Fischl was cleansing and healing Kale with such a display. So when Alice looks back at Boer nods. Okay. Now, Mona, please go protect your sister. Mona, flustering the fact that, they just know about everything that's happening and also refer like Kale as her sister. No, Fischl as her sister. Man, I've been talking for a while. um, although Mona has one last question. What about Dottore? Beelzebul actually speaks up. Like, I don't like to admit it, but we could probably actually use him. Oh my, oh my. Whatever did you all provoke that you would stoop down to need my help? But Mona listens and goes to our village to check up on Fischl and Kale. As before long, three golden four-pointed stars appear in the middle of the battle, like above the middle of the battlefield. But quickly, the middle one being bigger, but quickly that gold turns into a tainted red black as a figure steps through the middle one, introducing herself as the sustainer of heavenly principles, immediately addressing Boer. Where are they? As you must have felt it when it happened. I understand. you know, giving Hitoshi a moment to realize and breathe with disappearance. Yeah, I'm not half-assing finals. This final is basically from the moment Kale spots the Torre, you know, things are full of tension, and now this is a series of battles. Drop K, right? I mean, you know, you're the one eating while listening to me recite like a Princessin's Home Family's final. Oh no, actually, no, Mona doesn't stay. No, she can't. I don't know. You're questioning why I'm always doing this while you're eating. I can't answer that question. I don't know when you eat. But yeah, even as Boer actually gets scared, besides she doesn't want to answer, the sustainer dares to try to fly closer. But before the sustainer can reach Boer, a puppet jumps in between. He obviously able to sense what kind of power this being holds, but he doesn't care. You know, like better stay away from Nihida as he drop kicks, like drop kick, not drop kicks, but puts his knee and kicks it to the sustainer's chin, accompanied by Animal and Electro. Because there was so much Electro, Wanderer was actually able to absorb a lot of that Electro, that visual, just let out all over the place. Oh. The audacity. And while all this is happening, Dottore is actually getting distracted because Colombina, while earlier observing without a care in the world, Colombina, the third of the Fatui Harbingers, someone Wanderer warned the Traveler about, Colombina is going catatonic. Wanderer doesn't know that. All Wanderer knows is that they threatened Nihida. So driving home the fact how powerful this being is, if it somehow is able to make someone like Colombina go catatonic, as Dottore disappears with Colombina, trying to get her to safety. As for more nuance for Dottore's character, Dottore actually has a soft spot for Colombina. I also love the art of those being besties, so, you know. They gossip, definitely. But back to the main event, realizing what kind of being this is. I mean, fair enough, but, you know, we're talking about three-dimensional characters here. Nahida actually tries, at least makes an attempt, to put the sustainer in a dream realm, so they have cycles to figure out how to get out of this situation. But instead, Nahida is led inside her mind. And now Nahida looks absolutely mortified, as all Wanderer can do is pick up Nahida after getting her back into her own brain, mind, and body, and flying away with her, as Nahida is absolutely terrified out of her mind by whatever she saw inside the mind of the Sustainer. Before Beelzebul and that mysterious cloaked figure, with a bit of a monotone voice, look at each other, nod, and please keep the cubes away from us as we try to neutralize the Sustainer. Yet there is a sense of hurt in their voices at the prospect of neutralizing the Sustainer, or at least, fighting her off, so she leaves. Like Rhindaughter casually throwing potions that eradicate cubes, or Alice being able to make such big explosions enough to actually damage the cubes, make them disappear. And Tartaglia would have to have the motivation of knowing Kale was involved, so he probably arrived there a lot earlier to still see Kale. Besides, he never backs down a challenge, so he actually uses Foul Legacy form to do as requested and deal with the cubes, while this mysterious cloaked figure and Beelzebul take on the Sustainer herself. And it's probably some kind of climax where Beelzebul and the mysterious cloaked figure manage to talk to her enough. So, and something appears to listen to them deep inside the mind of the Sustainer. Just enough to make them teleport away like they appeared. Oh yeah! And after Boer does not choke up the information, the Sustainer still drops a line about where is the fifth descender. So, I'll let Hitoshi, because there's more to Descenders than being from beyond this world. Descenders have the power to rival the world. revealing that, destroying a divine throne might not have been enough. But indeed, the birth of the fifth descender was enough to awaken the heavenly principles. As somewhere else now, as there is actually another moment connected to this, something that happens, like something else that even happens, as Fischl cleanses and heals Kale. Eat at your own risk. As one of our redacted names characters is struck by some kind of power, and a little piece of authority is absolutely glowing like mad. As Fischl, together with whatever saved her, managed to create a crack in the firmament. A complete crack, leaving a crack to outside of Tevat. As our characters with redacted names are finally able to lock on to Fischl's location, at least allegedly. I mean, this is the final of A Prinzessin's Home. What did you expect? I mean, this is probably not in the final of A Prinzessin's Home. Oh my god! Like, about this character getting struck at the same time, Fischl does that. But, yeah. But, yeah, there you go. The Sustainer basically confirms that Fischl is the fifth descender. She now born as the fifth descender. I mean, that light might be related to a thing of saving someone from your own world, which, I mean, has not always been as accurate. That's It's more a guideline than actual rule. But yeah. Well, this is the final of A Princessin's Home. Ah, the beginning of her favorite parts. Yeah. Because now we're getting into those redacted, like the characters with redacted names. Good. Keep breathing, please. Like, I might not technically need to, but please, you keep breathing. That's also why I'm giving you a little break, you know, to process the final of A Princessin's Home. Come to think of it, we have not even gotten into the reunion between Kale and Shinobu, but I will get there sometime. Yeah, you have no idea how this is just the beginning. I mean, this is just the beginning of things surrounding Visual, let alone other things in this continuity. Gonna have to give you Skylanders homework soon. I mean, let alone if you know who Zoe Drake is, because if you know who Zoe Drake is, that's gonna be also another revelation. um, or like Sunset Shimmer and Starlight Glimmer, you know, might also be relevant at some point. Someone the Daleks would refer to as the oncoming storm. I mean, not directly currently, but technically, in a way, she is connected to Visual. But that connection is a whole different story and is actually related to your Skylanders homework. And actually related to what the actual Immer Nachtreich is. But we'll give hints to that when we get into the characters that have redacted names. Because they actually visit the Immer Nachtreich, as one of them actually has to look after the Immer Nachtreich in the Prinzessin's absence. Oh, and that's gonna be very relevant to your Summertime Fantasia homework 2.8. Nah, we just opened the multiverse. You know, now you might understand when I say a passion project that's grown a bit out of proportion. Just a bit. I mean, you probably scream even more if you knew who the Daleks refer to as the oncoming storm, but... who the Daleks referred to as the oncoming storm. Wait, I have something better for this. For if you don't know that, maybe you'll recognize. And that's all we're gonna get away with. I am not risking that. Well, not chronological order, still writing order, because my writing is everything except chronological. You little... I just give you, you know, some things to ponder about and be excited and look forward to. No. Please, don't get anxious. Just, please, just be intrigued. And try to think in possibilities. Well, going to the next part, given I'm just playing Genshin here, I have to improvise. Ah, close enough. Good. Good. Oh. Well, we're going to get into the redacted characters now, so someone might not want to go to bed yet. Hmm. Yeah. Maiden, I'm trying to do all of this on the spot, okay? I'm trying my best here. I've also been live for almost 10 hours and it's almost 3. Give me a break. Like, cut me some slack, will you? And I guess because it makes things easier now, I will reveal their names a bit sooner, but they'll probably won't mean much to you anyway. um... She was finally gonna do it. As the girl had been there for her so much and let her cry into her shoulder so much, she was finally going to let her in and see the extent of her responsibilities that were thrust upon her when one of her friends was taken away and the other had to go after her to try to save her. But it'd been so long since that moment, and she had never heard from them again. As she clutched the little piece of a 40 in her hand, a dark purple, it looks like a vision, dark purple, with a white crescent moon inside. Clutching it with hands, finally spoke up. Bronny, would you let me show you? Oh, I definitely will. And also, I only have like 2 hours left, otherwise I cannot upload it on YouTube. Anyway. So then I'll have to restart the stream if I'm still live by that point. But yeah, Honey, you have been there so much in my grief. Will you allow me to show you? Also why I sometimes randomly disappear and then reappear, like nothing happens. Bonnie, you know. So you finally admit that you sometimes disappear. As in response, Siren smiled a bit sheepishly. But yes, I would definitely like to see the full extent of what you've been giving me hints for. The big reveal! Then Siren reached out her hand to Bronny, and Bronny took it. As then, clutching the little piece of authority she had left from the Prinzessin, don't worry. Like I did, we'll be back before they suspect anything. As they teleported away to the Immer Nachtreich. The big reveal! But I'm gonna go into a little side note here so you aren't continuously confused as to what Chevrouz is doing here. I dare you to look up Pom Pom and then look up Siren. Don't worry, don't worry. We're still talking about like your stuff here. Look up Pom Pom and then look up Siren. Yes. Remember how I talked about another voice line I was going to turn into a tragedy? That voice line is not from Genshin. That voice line is from HSR. The line in question being one of Pom Pom's best buddies. Yeah, I must complete Honkai Impact Third Part 1 before I'm allowed to go into HSR. Because HSR has a lot of relevance in regards to Honkai Impact Third, so I first need to do that before, doing anything else. A whole new world. But yeah, look up Pom Pom and Siren. I guess you know who they are, but do you know who Siren is? Oh my. Oh. Yeah, and now look at our little Severus. Do some kind of fusion dance and then into the letter F. Grade A under A. Oh no. You don't know what you've done with that kind of blasphemy. There someone in chat. Oh. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it blasphemy, but someone else here might. Straight in HSR? Straight in a Mihoyo game. Yeah, something doesn't add up there. I mean, sure, there might be some few and far between, but most characters? But, yeah. Although Genshin is a bit of an exception, because Genshin is very isolated, so Genshin you can kind of do whenever. Gonna blow a bubble? I'm gonna blow your mind. I don't think we're in Swellview anymore. Nope, absolutely not. They're all connected. Also, just a theory. Yeah, theoretically you can find the Traveler's Glider in HSR. It's good exercise for the brain nickels. Make it all nice and wrinkly. But anyway, the Prinzessin and her other friends aren't the only ones Siren lost. Aren't the only ones Siren has lost to a particularly has lost. Though they seemed quite unconnected, it was still close enough in time. Siren also lost her sister to a surveillance mission, as there was a certain part of space people kept disappearing. Even an eon was not safe, at least some think. Some think that eon just died. Others find it a bit too close to a certain part of space. More people disappeared. So as it was a security threat and it had to be surveilled, it fell upon the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol as a last-ditch effort to discover it. If she wouldn't return, they would just make that part of space off limits to try to make it so not more people disappeared in that part of space. Actually, Fly Me to the Moon might still technically be available if you have an old enough iOS system, because it's technically still in the App Store. It's just that it's not compatible with current iOS systems. So theoretically, if you had an old enough iOS system, you'll be able to just still download Fly Me to the Moon. Bye. We're talking about like 2010s, like early 2010s, if not earlier, kind of iOS system. And that phone also should not be updated probably to a too new iOS system. Anyway, I'm not even sure if it still works, but that appeared to be the problem when I looked it up on the App Store. Pom Pom did not like the fact that Chevrus agreed to surveil this part of space. But Chevrus reassured them that, you know, she was a professional and also this is an occupational hazard. But Chevrus was one of Pom Pom's best buddies, closest companions. Chevrus always came back to them, you know. And I still need to figure out exact history, but it's kind of hard since I need to avoid a lot of Star Rail things. But this might even be before Pom Pom ended up on the Astral Express. And thus, with a final goodbye, Jerus set out to that part of space. but was never heard from again. And that's also where it comes from, that the voice line from Pom Pom, like, one of Pom Pom's best buddies, that you'll never be able to hear that voice line the same way. Because I made it so Severus was one of Pom Pom's best buddies. But Severus never came back. She was actually like captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol already in those systems. So Irminsul just put her here. Sadly though, Chivrus is not much more than human, if any more than human. So she does not have the resilience the Prinzessin has. So Irminsul kind of completely took over her and placed her and gave her a place in Tevat to keep the systems running and Tevat not found out. Well, you see right here, Chevrus, we know she ended up in Tevat. They don't. They just never heard from her again. After she went to explore that part of space where more people had disappeared. And now that part of space became off limits because there were too many disappearances there. And then Pom Pom even had to tell Siren about what happened to her little sister. Even after Siren had already lost 2 of her closest friends. Although Siren is kind of living a double life, but we'll get into that way later. Like when she shows Bronny the immer Nachtreich, she basically shows Bronny the husk of the double life Siren once led. Because Chevrus, I'm not sure if Chevrus will be on the knowing side, but you know, I still need to figure a lot of this out. But some big elements probably will stay about the same. So, yeah. And also drive home that Irminsul can be a like really big pain. Because Chevrus was so integrated into Irminsul, she doesn't remember. So she also doesn't remember that there's more out there. All she knows now is Tevat. Actually I would I'm not sure yet. I might even stream earlier. But I'll have to see. When I get out of bed and, you know, waking up, and I might actually decide to already cook earlier, like before streaming, so I only have to warm it up while streaming and I can just eat while I ramble on stream. Thank you, and I'll try. But the thing is, well, ah, well, now I actually have a Twitter-like platform, but that's not Twitter. In Blue Sky, I will be able to announce it a lot better. Like what time I'll probably be streaming. So I would suggest keeping an eye on that as well. But the thing here is now getting into this Bronny, like Siren taking Bronny to the Immer Nachtreich actually requires quite a bit of homework from both 2.8 Summertime Fantasia and even like a minimal knowledge on Skylanders. So yeah. Oh. Excuse me, what the 2.8 Summertime Fantasia. That's that big 2.8 summer event. Oh, you want to write it? It's just the big event of 2.8. That'll be easier to remember and like write down than Summertime Fantasia. I'm just fancy and know the like name of the event. Aw. Yeah. It's also that I'm noticing that I'm beginning to get the little EP. And that the VOD needs to be less than 12 hours long if I want to upload it on YouTube, so I shouldn't get too distracted. Ah, there you go. We can do one last thing though. In spirit of Fischl will be able to fight Tartaglia. Here we go.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Fischl will have a bit more support in the game now here than she will have there, but you know.
Try this.
Odd, reveal thyself. Shut up. Crush.
Not
Touché.
bad. Not bad. Not bad. You've got a
Bet you
trick or
can't keep up
two.
with me. No one escapes my sights.
All you do is run.
Wings of darkness.
No use hiding
Come,
back there.
sever night from day.
Raging tide.
Besides, my Fischl has more of a support build than a DPS build, so yeah. Well, I am sweaty, I'm not that sweaty. Also, fun fact about this cutscene: if you break the game and get into Inazuma, before getting here in the Leeway Archon quest, you will actually have Electro Traveler in all of the cutscenes. Even though you're not supposed to be able to have Electro Traveler by that point. Like, this cutscene would make sense, because you can revisit this cutscene. But it's like, literally you can have Electro Traveler there if you broke the game, like broke into Inazuma before you were supposed to. It's Musashi for you in his Traveler Only series.
By royal decree, beg for mercy. More speed. I summon thee! Go, Spirit Bunny! Not so hard! Crush! Beg for mercy. On, reveal bite! Fly! Go! Crush! Shudder!
Above.
Beyond. But yeah, if you're curious about my facial build
I created
again,
another
then...
universe and founded paradise.
Also,
for
I swear
Fischl,
it was
and the Prinzessin
201 point something at some point, but I don't know what happened. Absolutely. Yeah. I thought you went over the... Oh yeah, of course, you joined later. You weren't there at the time, were you? Remember how I have been playing since New Year's 2022? Kale came out like halfway through 2022. I was there at the beginning. So... I mean, this is also a thing, of course. Well, I hope one day you'll be able to enjoy like these pleasures.
I feel like running.
Well, then you definitely, whatever banner you do decide to pull on, you have so many constellations. Yes, dream solvent. Well, 90 pulls is guaranteed. 5-star. So 180 pulls is guaranteed the 5-star you want. I mean, this is my current primo count, so yeah. Also, hey, if you want Kale cons, you know, not to make your hands even more itchy, but yeah, Kale is currently on the banners. Yes, I am pretty despicable. But I'll have to be responsible now and call it here. Ooh, streaming over 10 hours, 2 days in a row. That's an Academy record. Although Kiko probably had his times better figured out, he wasn't still, you know, hadn't been awake for as long as I've been awake now. 15 hours maybe he would be, but yeah. Thank you again so much for coming. Everyone that came, but you know, you're still here. So I can thank you directly. And hopefully see you tomorrow. Fine, nice.